Hello, 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 beautiful creatures. How are you all doing today? We are back and we are going to continue this bullshit. I need to do 2 shifts of this shit. I can only do 1 shift at a time, otherwise my my brain just goes, go fuck yourself. No, brain don't want to play this twice in a row. I tried it once and it was just too much. Like, sometimes people play a game and they don't like the game. And it's just like, they play it for too long. And they're like, their brain just goes, go fuck yourself. Anyway. No, we need to do 1 hour of Mortuary Assistant, but that requires 2 shifts, so that is a no-go. We're gonna have to do 1 shift today and another one tomorrow. As I promised, Phasmo's gonna have to do another time, so we're gonna do that next week. Still haven't asked Taylor about the 2-minute plank, if I did it during the thing or not. I totally, absolutely forgot. So I'm going to check with him another time. Also, we do have like space to get
Love you, Dad.
I need my keys. So we do have like certain things to do. So we have fuck brain thought shit. Anyway, we have like an empty slot for an animated emote and a regular one. So that being said, you can either choose between an animated or a regular, or just, you know, probably get both. But the animated one has to be like a choice that you... I want you guys to pick which one, like what kind of animated one you want. I totally forgot that I need to actually write shit. I just like writing all this stuff down because I don't forget. I actually went saw the bike rider. It's actually based off a book of actual, and the pictures in that original book, which I name of, is actually real. Holy
Subscriber hype.
Thank you so much for the 11 months. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Anne? I was stuck with you? Well... Not so bad for me, ain't it? But how are you doing? Am I...
At least I can keep track of things.
I'm actually gonna have to move shit around here. Ah! Okay. It's like... I went to the cinema. yesterday, and like everything just is all over the place right now. It's just one of those things.
To banish a demon to hell, it must be at every moment. The night shift database, a computer program combining all my findings into one reference point. The database contains all the information on the process of expulsion, the tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the known demonic names. If you ever forget what to do, replay these tapes or look it up in the database.
Really?
The collection of demonic names is the most crucial piece of the puzzle. You will need this information. My ID card is in my personal belongings drawer. On the back is the passcode to access it. Use it.
Oh, I already found one marking.
You should have fucking died.
The night shift database. A computer. At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you, weakening you, until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance. The further you are from possession, the more time you have. The closer you are, the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess its name and the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it. Just scribble. Look carefully. If you notice anything strange, it's starting to take hold. There's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
Alright, let's get this show on the road.
There we go.
Seriously, can you stop turning off the light? God freaking damn it. That light better be back on when I get back. Okay, let's see. We need... Here it is. Perfect. Wonderful. Turn on the fucking light again. Don't make me come in there.
There we go.
The caps. Oh, wait. Okay. Caps.
All right.
Gotcha.
Hello?
Hello, Rebecca? Rebecca?
What the?
The Night Shift Database. A computer program combining all my findings into one reference point. The database contains all the information on the process of expulsion, the tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the known demonic names. If you ever forget what to do, replay these names or look it up. Collection of demonic names is the most Bill Moonlight's my ID card is the universal
There we go.
To banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned. The three objects in this cabinet are your tools. First, the clay tablet in the center is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name. Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body, with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it. Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letter scripts. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils to use them. Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary. If it begins to smolder and burn, you're close. When the paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area. They could be anywhere, so look on walls, under objects, inside furniture, anywhere. The demon will
Alright.
inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the Night Shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to create the mark. The steps are simple. Add the reagent to the embalming. Uncover the sigils. Build the mark and place it on the body. Then, when you're certain, burn it in the retort.
I don't see the mark anywhere. Box.
At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you, weakening you, until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance. The further you are from possession, the more time you have. The closer you are, the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess its name and the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it.
Hey.
Just scribble. Look carefully. If you notice anything strange, it's starting.
Oh my fucking god, motherfucking.
There's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
That's the first one, but where's the second one that we got? This cheating! Bug out on me or something? Oh, there it is. Alrighty then. Oh, I managed to hurt my finger, so I'm really going to our creepy as shit. Oh.
There we go.
To banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned. The three objects in this cabinet are your tools. First, the clay tablet in the center is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name. Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body, the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it. Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious
There we go.
or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips.
Rebecca?
It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils
Rebecca, come
to
here.
use them.
Come here now.
Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary. If it begins to smolder and burn, you're close. When the paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area. They can be anywhere, so look on walls, under objects, inside furniture, anywhere. The demon will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly.
You stupid.
Once you uncover the sigils, use the night
Hate
shift
me all you
database to
want.
decide which demon you're dealing
He's
with,
dead because of
and
you.
use that knowledge to create the mark.
You should be the
The
one
steps are
here.
simple. Add reagent to the embalming mixture. Uncover the sigils. Build a mark and place it on the body. Then, when you're certain, the Night Shift Database, a computer program combining all my findings into one reference point. The database contains all the information on the process of expulsion, the tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the demonic names. If you ever forget what to do, replay these tapes or look it up in the database. The collection of demonic names is the most crucial piece to the puzzle. You will need this information. My ID card is in my personal belonging. To banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned. The three objects in this cabinet are your tools. First, the clay tablet in the center
All right.
is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name. Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture
I
during
can't
the
use
process.
that here. I can't
When
use
the
that
mark is
here.
placed on the correct body with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it. Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils to use them. Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary. If it begins to smolder and burn, you're close. When the paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed. They can be anything. Some become walls, objects, inside the ritual. The demon will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the night shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to steps. As an agent, uncover the sigils. Then, when you're certain, burn it in the retort.
There we go. All right. Rebecca.
Fuck off.
At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you, weakening you, until you are unable
Rebecca.
to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance. The further
Why aren't
you
you
are
coming?
from possession, the more time you have. The closer you are, the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess its
Rebecca.
name and the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along
Come over
possession
here.
is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it.
Why aren't you
Just
coming?
scribble. Look carefully. If you notice anything
Rebecca.
strange, it's starting to take hold. There's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
Fuck you. Go away so I can do my job.
The Night Shift Database, a computer program combining all my findings into one reference point. The database
You
contains all
leave?
the information on the process of expulsion,
I got a job
the
to do.
tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the known demonic names. If you ever forget what to do,
It's just
play these
standing there.
tapes or look it up in the database.
Look at this creepy little
Collection of
shit.
demonic names is the most crucial piece to the puzzle. You will need this information.
How about you
ID
get
card
the
is
fuck out of my way?
On the back is the passcode to access it. Use it. At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you, weakening you, until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance. The further you are from
Oh,
possession,
fuck you.
the more time you have. The closer you are, the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess
What
its
the
name and
fuck?
the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it. Just scribble. Look carefully. If you notice anything strange, it's starting to take hold. There's
Yeah,
a
no
notepad
shit.
and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
No.
To banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned. The three objects in this cabinet are your tools. First, the clay tablet in the center is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name. Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it. Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils to use them. Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary. If it begins to smolder and burn, you're close. When the paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area. They can be anywhere, so look on walls, under objects, inside furniture, anywhere. The demon will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the night shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to create the mark. The steps are simple. Add the reagent to the embalming mixture. Uncover the sigils. Build the mark and place it on the body. Then, when you're certain, burn it in the retort.
Found it. Oh, to hell with you. Get back on the fucking table.
At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you, weakening you, until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a
Get back on
delicate
the table.
balance. The further you are from possession, the more time you have. The closer you are, the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess its name and the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it. Just scribble.
hate you.
Look carefully. If you notice anything strange, it's starting to take hold. There's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
Am I sure? No. Do I care? Not really. I just want to be rid of you. I'm so done with this. Oh, we fucking did it. It's the right one. Bye-bye. Okay, one more shift of mortuary assistant.
Come a long way. It's nice not to be the one down there for a change.
Mr. Dover?
I think you can just call me Raymond at this point.
Do you always just pass out and wake up on the floor?
It takes a lot out of you. I've never simply walked out of here after. You get used to it.
I'll be sure to clean the floors better. Raymond, will this ever end?
I honestly don't know. I've been doing this a long time, Rebecca. I've traveled all over, learning everything I can. I've never found anything that could put a stop to it. So no, I don't think it does.
So, we're just like this forever?
It was hard for me too. But this is the life we get. We have to face our worst selves, constantly. But the better we know ourselves, the stronger we are. Why don't you head home? Get some rest. Who knows what's coming tonight?
Oh my goodness. That is the second ending of the game. But we did manage to beat it, and without embalming all the bodies. But that is it for the mortuary assistant shift. No, I'm just gonna put on the BR back screen so I can actually put up my YouTube model. Or my model for you guys, because, you know, I want to keep using it. Yeah, so we do have 50 more squats to do as well. We're still catching up on everything. I'm just trying to pace myself because I don't want to get sick. And since it was really cold the past few days, actually near, like, because of all the moisture in the air and it being so cold, it felt like it was freezing. So with that being said, it was pretty likely that I was going to get sick, and I did not like that at all. Like, no. Not even remotely. Celebrate this. Thing is, I can't do like any sort of things on mortuary assistant. That is why we had to have the PNG.
Up, up, up.
Alright.
Hello. There we go. Hi.
Okay. So, we're gonna switch games.
Something else.
I was thinking some Genshin, just to lighten the mood a little bit.
Just a wee bit. It got really dark there.
Alright, so I did get myself Sunless Zone Zero. Like, I did download it. And I did play it a little bit. It's weird. It's weird to me. Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Okay, installed. Genshin. Let's go.
It is pretty gloomy weather here today, but I will be going to look after partner. He is currently really sick. Yesterday took a lot out of him. He had his stomach issues. Like, he was in a lot of pain, so he had to take a heavy duty painkiller. Not to mention that I had to take painkillers as well because I was actually not in good shape. But he was worse. So we're trying to make sure that he is okay. We're gonna go over to him and see about how he's doing. But apparently there is a new mutation version of COVID again. One of our friends has it, Teddy. I'm so sorry. He got it. It actually fills your lungs up with slime. So it's kind of like a version of pneumonia with COVID right now.
Papa.
Also, I was playing Minecraft a while back and I lost all my stuff again. I was like, dude, I had the thing on that said I don't drop my items. And it dropped my items. No. Well, fuck that. I gotta get all my stuff again. Like, come on. Really? Are you serious? So, I've been pretty annoyed at Minecraft right now. Pretty annoyed. Now, I'm thinking of maybe starting another world, just not online, I guess. And we're sitting here looking pretty fuck all because
There.
I don't want to play Genshin, but at the same time, what I mean? Yeah, I shouldn't have picked it. Shit.
Fuck me.
But it is a comfort game, but I'm like, my mood has been kind of like up and down lately. Weather, can you just stay nice? For fuck's sakes. Oh, I do have a story for you though. Yesterday, no, not yesterday, the day before. Yes, the day before. So on Tuesday, I got to see foals. Like, a lot of different foals. And, you know, they're just babies. They're still growing, and there are like 24 of them in total. And they were so pretty. They were so pretty. They were so pretty. Almost white. With like those black kind of socks on tubes. And like golden in its mane. And also golden in like where it connected with the darker spots on the white. And it was just like a milky cream white. It's just so cute. And I got to see Atlas, which is, or Atlas, that is the house owner's wife, Bull. So his mom is named Himalaya. Yes, Himalaya. And yeah, she is beautiful. She's all black and she's just gorgeous. Absolutely. I love her. She's such a sweetheart. She's a big softie. She acts tough, but she lets me hug. Not all the time, but you know, sometimes I get the chance and I'm oh, I'm so happy. But I got to pet so many foals and they were so nice. One of them actually nibbled on my arm thinking I was food, and I was like, wait, dude, that's my hair. That's the hair on my arm. What are you doing? It's like, you look yummy. I'm not food. I got so scared for a minute. I was like,
Help.
I really thought he was going to start eating me. I was like, so I held up my hand like flat in front of him, and then he stopped, and I was like, that's working. I'm safe for the moment. No, I do love horses. Absolutely adore them.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
I used to go riding a lot. I actually used to tame horses, and I also had the privilege of actually helping raising back in Iceland. I say it's a privilege because it's so wonderful to see, and it's just so pretty. So I actually helped a foal walk. It took him longer than most, but man was he a running horse after. He ran everywhere, and he was just this amazing, fast-paced horse. Eventually, I actually one time actually, I picked out a horse to go riding, right? And all of a sudden, like after the riding session, I was told that this horse was not trained, like at all. Nobody got to ride her. Like nobody could get a saddle on her. Nobody could get anything on her. Nobody could train her. And all of a sudden, I got a saddle on her and I rode her for like an hour or two. And she was perfectly fine. She understood everything I wanted, did everything correctly, and didn't try to kick me off once. Not once. And I was like, wait, no, that can't be. She was so nice. And it was like, yeah, about that. What do you mean she's not trained? She was so nice. And it's like, well, she's wild. You know, she's not trained at all. And I'm like, you're telling me that I went and saddled a horse that was never trained? Yes. Yes, you did. The fuck do you mean? It's like, my uncle saw me get off that horse and he was like, did you just train her? And I'm like, no, I just rode her. That was it. And apparently I was allowed to train horses after that. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Apparently the horses really liked me. I had some sugar cubes on me to try and pick a horse. Of course, all of them followed me. And I picked the one horse that just stood there and was like, who are you? I think I may or may not have made a mistake, but hey, at least I had fun. She had fun. Nobody got hurt. I don't remember the horse's name. It was ages ago. Like, I was like, what? I was a kid. Kid age. I wasn't even a teenager. That's how young I was. I'm like, shit, that's a long time ago.
I feel old. I feel old. I do.
Alright, we're gonna put this here. The other one disappeared because I put it, like, here on Tuesday or Wednesday or something. But we are going to start off with some bosses. I need to get boss. For the battle pass, because I want the battle pass. We're at 47. I didn't do anything off stream because, well, I had other shit to deal with and do. I need to do laundry, I need to do other things, I need to clean, I need to go to the store, all that stuff, you know, all the non-fun adult stuff. All the non-fun adult things. Okay, let's do this. Hello,
Nice
sucker.
Let the show be. Out of the frying pan. I'll protect us. Hit. Hit. Get. You're toast. Yep.
Your life is mine.
Ah!
Nice and spicy. Hup.
Eating! Hey, Brandy!
Let's dance. Hi. Huh. Hi.
It's nothing. Submit.
Got it. Hey, Brandy! I've been trying to reach you forever. Can you please get in VC? Okay, so from 50 basalt pillars down to how many? Okay, there. I was like, wait, what? 48. Alright. From 50 down to 40. I've been having a problem with my left hand. Nerves are messing up again. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that, sweetie. Hope we get better soon. I was getting pretty worried. Do I... One regalia. Thank you for the entrance pass, by the way. I appreciate you. Huh. Goat's gonna make an appearance.
In a trade war, the perfect hunter leaves no trace.
Got to get a checkout. You need to get checked out? Yeah, I suggest you do that. That's weird. You have to squeeze your hand really hard for it to stop hurting.
Surrender and I'll be gentle.
Yeah. Huh? 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 Out of the
we go.
Don't waste my time. Yeah.
Nice and spicy. Oh, ready, steady, go!
Bye.
Eat this!
Okay, from 31 Riftborn Regalia down to how many? 31 down to? Oh. 28. Nice. Alright. Take your time, dear. Now, let's see. I want to go ahead and get other bosses down as well. Let's see. We're gonna go for the Flame Seed boss. Go ahead. Here. At least these 3 bosses. I know I can do 5, but I think I'll wait a little bit with that. Just a tiny tad, because I want to do the ley line. I want to do the ley line thing because of the double. And I want to do that at least 3 times, so we're gonna wait with the other 2 for a later date. So I don't have to use any of my fragile resin to any of the fragile resin. So I don't want to use any of these to get more of the original resin, because I'm gonna need that for other things later. So instead, we're gonna go ahead and accumulate other things.
I'll protect us.
Dodge this!
Propagate! Hi.
Here we go. Alright. So we're just gonna go ahead and jump right in. Let's go!
Oh, germinate!
This moment will be frozen in time. Freeze! Ha! Dodge this!
Yeah. Oh, let the show begin.
Don't be such a
Ha! Freeze!
Okay, so from 75 flame seeds down to how many? 55 down to... Okay. Right. But we're definitely going to be doing the ley lines because of the double drops. Before we go anywhere. Oh, thank you for the like, Brandy! We're gonna go ahead and put up our original party. Now, so as for the ley lines, we want to get at least 3 of them. Go ahead and do that. But I want the Mora one, so we're gonna go ahead and go for that. Since it's double, we get double Mora, and getting a lot more Mora is what I need. On top of which, where I do actually need to think about the battle pass a little bit here. So, 2 more bosses here. We already did the Genius Invocation. Ah, 3 bounties and 3 requests. Okay, we can do those pretty easily. I was going to do it offline, but eh. We'll just do it now. We're still gonna be using up 150 original resin, and we're also gonna be doing commissions as well, because we just wanna get as much as possible today. Like, sure, I can do more bosses, but I don't feel up for it right now. Instead, we're gonna do this.
Try not to.
I'll protect us. Huh, huh. Oh, hi. Huh. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Hi. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Hi. Huh. Ha!
There we go. These guys also drop certain items. So, what's that? We get 104,000 for this. Heirs to the reason why I want to do this. I want to, like, get as much out of this as possible. I think we need more than this. I might use the original resin, or the fragile resin for it, just to complete the bosses, but for right now, I just wanna...
Yeah.
So I don't want to use them, I don't like using them
Oh.
all the time, but
Hi.
as the battle pass is almost running out, I might as well.
Oh.
I really do not like it.
Ink. Huh. 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 Oh. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Huh.
Alright. We are at least done with the daily here. The daily mission. Let's see. Oh, the next one isn't that far off. Because I change my mind often. Because right now I am also hungry, but I'm going to eat lunch this time. Okay.
I'll protect us. Ouchie. Go, Barbara. Don't know. Hi. Huh. Huh.
No.
Oh. Yeah. Hi.
Get. Hup, hup, here. Hit. He.
Huh. Huh. Hi. Huh. 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 Hi. Huh.
Nice. Okay, that's all 3 that we wanted. So we're gonna cancel navigation on this. And we're gonna start... You know what, let's do the requests and all that stuff here on Fontaine, since we also have daily commissions here. No, not in Fontaine, in Mondstadt. God damn it. Okay, we have the commissions in Mondstadt, and we're gonna go ahead and do all the bounties here as well. invulnerable to cryo damage and Hydra. Gonna do all these here. Alright, easy. I'm just gonna finish the requests as fast as possible, continue with the commissions, then go for the bounty. Well, I might as well do the bounty now. After I'm done with the quest here. I'm gonna do the daily commission after we've done the bounties, just so I can be done with it. Wait, what? This? Are you kidding me? Alright, so me doing this will actually add up to the daily bounties. What the actual hell? I've got more than those. Take it. Goodbye. Yeah, we're gonna be done with the daily commission problem. The request 48. Hell yeah. Alright. Get to 50. Okay, so here's the bounty. Billy Charles. Go here, get the bounty done, and go get another one. Gotta look for the guy with the triangle. God damn it, where is he? Oh. Lava. Oh, this is... See where I think... Sometimes they are in the most stupidest of places. Like, the most stupid to get to.
I'll keep this close.
Hey, I saw a chest, I wanted it. don't even need to do the daily commissions. Or the quests, anyway. We completed that. Okay, now where the hell is this? Are you fucking shitting me? Fucking kidding. I got 5 fucking minutes.
Germinate! Hey,
Surrender and I'll be gentle.
propagate! Let the show begin.
Fuck you. Now you complete. Check the map in a minute. I am going to turn in the daily commissions. Because we want that reward, okay? We want it. We want it.
Did you hear the prophecy in Fontaine?
Welcome. How can I help you? Ad Astro. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here's your reward.
Thank you, I'll take that. Alright, how's our... Alright, next area is here. Oh. We'll just make an appearance.
protect us. Huh. Huh. Phew. Huh. Huh. Huh.
There goes the train. Can I stop doing that? Disappearing. I'm. We ran out of buff food, and I wanted to mark that area anyway. What? No, I do not have time for you.
Huh.
Oh.
Huh. Huh.
You?
Huh? Out of the frying pan! Help! Eat this! Scatter! Boba, get them!
Oh, my.
Alright. Let's see. This one, and then so we hand in this one, and then we just have one more. Alright. Oh, great. It's up. Like, this is gonna be. I really hate this. They do. You really don't got this kind of... We can't wait. Yeah, I know it's up there, but I need to get there.
Let's dance. Yeah. Ha! He. Huh. Ah! Yeah. Ha! Yeah. 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 Hi. Huh. Hi. Ah, keep going. Right. Let the show begin. He. Ha.
Oh, fucking course.
Springboard! Don't know! I'll protect us. Huh.
Let's spark things.
Ink! Hey, yeah!
Alright. That one's done. We might have to do 2 bosses at least. And then I need to do all of these tomorrow. Most likely. How's our original? Not a lot. But we do need to hand this in for the Mora. Because we want the Mora, okay? Damn, I got a bunch of mistakes. No. Okay, turn this in so Mora. There we go. That's done. Fragile resin. We can use one, and then we just need 2 bosses. But
The prophecy in Fontaine.
actually, let's check our. So, definitely gonna need the Evergloom ring for Kirara. Kole needs the majestic hooked beak. Yayo needs the Quell Creeper. And Kabe needs the Quell Creeper as well. Kujazara needs the Storm Beads. Alright. One ring it is. It's just easier to go like to the ones that are at the very back and see which ones we need. So we're gonna try and get the Quelled Creeper, no, Majestic Hooked Beak and the Evergloom Ring. So how many Evergloom? 39. Need 39 more. And of the oh right. What the? I thought it was closed off for a minute. I believe we need this for a certain someone. Just in the meantime. It's quicker. This is for, I think, was Seto, yeah. We need this for his ascension, so we're just getting it to get it, so then we have it when we do get him. More of these. I can see. Did I check around a little bit? Right. Let's just go with our regular party. It's gone fine against this boss a few times. I don't like using the fragile resin, but here we are.
Propagate! Out of the frying pan, let the show be.
Come a little closer.
Boba, get them! Ow!
Man, that hurt.
La, 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 la.
Maybe I should have taken Kaya. No, sorry, Kaya.
Oh, I'll protect us. Scatter! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Propagate! You're toast!
Right.
You're in for a little.
Boba, get them! Germinate!
Surrender in.
Out of the frying pan! Propagate!
Okay, so from 39 Evergloom rings down to 39 down to 3. Okay, got one more boss. We're gonna go to the beak. Let's go ahead and get that done. Here, we're just gonna click on this and do this instead of having to look for where it is and just go. Alright. Now, this is the last boss that we need for the weekly on the battle pass. And we're gonna go ahead and get that one done here. And hello. Oh, wrong button. Whoops. Hello, pretty bird.
Booba, get. Let's dance. Hup, he. Race you. He, he, you, he, oh no! Propagate.
Don't be such a brute.
Eat this.
He
You. Ha! Oh, I'll protect us.
All right, from 40 majestic hook beaked it down to 38. Nice. All right, that was our 10th boss for the week. 10th boss for the week done.
It's
Wonderful.
nearly time for after.
And we're gonna get to level 49 of the battle pass. And we're almost halfway to 50. So as for the other things here, the trance domains are something entirely different. We might as well do the wishes at this point. Actually, we might as well just see what we get. No, not party stuff. What? Thinking. Okay, wish. Let's go. So, you know what? God, Noel. Alright. There's a reason why I'm doing that one.
Why not keep me company for?
Now, 50 wishes and we hit level 50. There we go.
While there'll be plenty of.
Constellation. She's on C6. Damn, I'm gonna have to level her. So, we can ascend her,
Time.
but we're gonna leave that for later. Because I want to do like next week. So I'm not sure when the battle pass is up again, so I want to do this next week.
For work later.
Now, let us see. We're not getting it good. But we are, on the other hand, going to get ourselves more of these, just to have them for later on. I'm not going to be using them. It was just to, like, finish the battle pass with those wishes. That was it. That was the only thing that I wanted. I wanted to finish the battle pass. We did that. Good. It is 12 o'clock. We're just gonna park our character here. We're gonna exit the game. Here. I'm gonna put on just chatting. Because I'm gonna go ahead and check on my partner. So I'll put on the be right back screen. I'm gonna check on my partner. And I'm going to make something to eat. So when I'm back, we're gonna watch some videos. All right? All right, be right back. Okay, so partner's going to the store and getting warm food. So I'm getting food. Yay! Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and watch some videos. See. Oh, ooh, how about we watch some wartime stories? I want to watch that for a little bit. Like, I want to check this out because of the wonderful Mr. Ballin, you know? He pointed us out to it, and it's just... That was just my phone playing. A little bit. So, Brandy. I need to talk to you. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get started on some videos here. So what I want is to actually see, like, I want to see the oldest, but I kind of also want to see the newest. Wait. This one was 3 days ago? Okay, you know what? Let's go.
With its picturesque, gently rolling hills, dark forests, and Gothic castles, it's no surprise that Germany has served as the backdrop for some of literature's most iconic fairy tales. Drawing on the incredibly rich folklore of their native land, authors like Jacob and Willem Grimm brought to life timeless stories of evil witches, noble heroes, beautiful princesses, and terrible monsters. Such stories were born out of a time when man-eating wolves took on public personas as being the reincarnation of evil men, such as the wolf who terrified the people of Ansbach in 1865 until they captured him, dressed him in a man's clothes, and then hung him like a criminal. It's no surprise then that in many children's tales, the malevolent force often comes in the form of a devious wolf. To better aid in its deceptive ways, the wolf will often mask its evil intentions by adopting a physical disguise, or most interestingly, shapeshifting, to assume the form of a normal man. We see this in many German folk tales, like the werewolf of Andernach, the werewolf of Ponkert, and the white wolf of the Harz Mountains. Stories about men being afflicted with lycanthropy because they have been cursed. But fantastic stories of supernatural beings lurking in European forests are of course only believable when read to small children. Certainly, such creatures have long been understood to be figments of human imagination. Why then do the following stories from military-aged men serving in various regions of Germany over the last 40 years seem to cast doubt on that presumption? To the contrary, these men insist they saw something that terrified them out of their wits. For want of a better word, because the creatures they saw vary in appearance, we might call them shapeshifters, but the Germans might call them by another name, Aufhocker. In essence, at least according to the Kurpai people of neighboring Poland, a skinwalker. This is the Smoke Pit, and these are true stories of skinwalkers in Germany. Claw marks on the generator.
Sergeant. Ah, Cadet Schaefer. How did the repairs go? Did you manage to get some fixed?
Negative, Sergeant. Perhaps you would need to come and see this. The generator has been damaged, Sergeant.
Damaged? By what?
I'm not sure, Sergeant. It looks like it was slashed. Maybe an animal or something? But the steel...
An animal?
Jawohl, Sergeant. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but...
So it's damaged and you're unable to repair it?
Affirmative, Sergeant. What can we do?
Well, the most we can do is tell the base command and put someone to guard the door, have the generator replaced. Good thing reporting this, Cadet Schaefer, but back to training with you. I'll handle this.
Yes, Sergeant, of course.
The following account was shared with the Paranormal Scholar by a man named Adolf Schaefer, a soldier who, at the time of his writing, was serving in the German Bundeswehr, the armed forces. Considering he uses the term East Germany, but provides no exact date, the first impression we got was that his story took place in possibly the 80s, before the German reunification after the Berlin Wall fell. However, considering he also stated that he was a Feldwebel, or sergeant, at the time of his writing, which had to have been submitted in the last 10 years, it also gives the impression that the story has taken place much more recently. So perhaps he simply meant he was training in the east of Germany, in the same way an American soldier might say that they are stationed in the eastern United States. Whatever the case, he recounts to us an unnerving encounter he had during his time in basic training. He writes, "I am not easily scared. When my experience occurred, I was a cadet in boot camp in East Germany. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We were doing drill courses whilst the base was having technical problems with the electric grid, which was uncommon considering it had just been inspected days earlier, and nothing I noticed that time was really that odd. Except a few of us kept hearing these eerie, unexplainable noises coming from one of the head buildings nearby where the water is kept during 5-minute breaks. But skip ahead a few hours to around 8 o'clock. The power was going in and out again, and the drill sergeant had told me and 3 others to go fix it. So me and the others grabbed flashlights and tools and went to the basement where the generators are located. We found the first backup generator, and it was turned off, but operable as expected. It was the same with the second generator. The third generator was the largest main source of power on the base. The first thing I noticed were the scratches. This seemingly super hard to break hunk of metal had what I think were scratches and cuts, claw marks, piercing its outer metal shell like a buzzsaw. So deep, the scratches had cut the cords inside and had damaged the batteries as though they were paper. After a moment of thinking, I knew this couldn't have been a person doing this, seeing as nothing any cadet had could cut through that tough metal so easily. I immediately rushed up the stairs to tell my drill sergeant, hoping he would know what to do. He told me the most we can do is tell base command and put someone to guard the door and have the generator replaced. Good thing reporting this, Cadet Schaefer. Schaefer, after receiving a pat on the back and commendation for his report, was then told to resume his daily training activities, which went without further incident. Still, the nonchalance displayed by his sergeant at being told that someone, or some kind of animal, had ripped through one of the base's power generators did little to quell the young cadet's concerns. At best, there was an apparent saboteur running amok on their base. At worst, well, he didn't like to think about it. As the sun set and the cadets retired to their bunks, Schaefer must have drifted off into what was an uneasy sleep. And it didn't last long. He continues. Some hours later, sometime in the night, I can't be exactly sure when, I heard scratching noises, but not from the basement. They were too close and too loud, as if they were in the sleeping quarters. After that moment of realization, I open my eyes and I look around, and I saw what I thought was someone in the corner going through a bag. But when I looked around the rest of the room, sheer terror came into me because all the other bunks were full. Every one. So I thought to myself, wait, the hell? But then, as if it had heard what I was thinking, this thing, what I thought was a person in the corner, turned to face me. It was pale gray, with no nose, and had claws, like razors. This thing was skinny, and at least 2 feet taller than my 6-foot self. After that, I just froze in a blank stare of horror, and in my mind, seconds turned to minutes, minutes to hours, and hours turned into what felt like days. Ultimately, I think I passed out in terror, because all I remember after that is waking up to my buddies and Sergeant looking at me while talking to me, telling me I looked sick. And I felt sick too, like all energy from me was drained for days on end. I swear, during my entire military career, I have never been so afraid since that night. Even in my own mundane military experience, being in the Marines, boot camp can get weird at night. Sleeping in a large open squad bay with a concrete floor, we would always hear the occasional recruit crying in his sleep or waking up suddenly and screaming, "Aye, aye, sir." But after a long day of marching, studying, and generally being run into the ground every day by our drill instructors, sleep was a precious thing to have. The only things that ever woke me up were severe leg cramps, needing to use the head, or having a red light shined in my eyes and being told, "Hey, you got fire watch." There was a time when the drill instructors started screaming at a kid who they caught writing letters to his girlfriend while sitting on the toilet. There was a guy in the bunk next to mine, he had caught pink eye like most of us, and they'd given him some saline eye drops to kind of help alleviate it. Well, he woke up with his eyes all crusty, I guess, in the middle of the night, and went to reach for his eye drop bottle. He grabbed a small bottle of rifle cleaning fluid, and he put that in his eye. I thought somebody was stabbing him, right? He's screaming like crazy. And we also had one strange guy, which I think every platoon must have. Once the lights were off, it was probably the first week we were in boot camp, I heard this shh, 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 like this weird sound, and I turn over the side of my bunk to see what the sound is, because it's getting closer, and I see this guy pop out, basically upside down from my perspective, from underneath the bunk next to me. I was the last bunk on the row, so he's made it all the way to the end, and he's like Spider-Manning himself underneath the bunks, like dragging his back across the floor. I was like, why? Like, what are you doing? Like, go to bed. And he just smiles at me and he goes, "Hey," and proceeds to pull himself back under the bed and then disappear. I don't even remember in my mind who it was. Like, you'd think that I was probably very tired, but you'd think you'd remember, like, which guy was that, like, the next day. I don't remember, but yeah, just some weird guy in our platoon that would do that on a nightly basis. Harmless, but still creepy. With respect to Sergeant Schaefer, he also said that he was awoken by something making noise in his berthing that night. And like the stories I shared, regardless of how bizarre it was, he assures us that he's certain of what he saw. But like many unexplained encounters, I don't doubt that this will be written off by many as a dream. We've all had nightmares that felt as if we were truly living them, and what a relief, right, it was to finally wake up. It doesn't explain what he saw previously in the day, along with 2 other cadets, and reported to his drill sergeant about the generator being slashed open. But for the sake of argument, even if it was merely a dream or perhaps a vision of some kind, such a surreal experience is arguably no less terrifying. But we will come to find out that Schaefer's experience...
I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I forgot to...
Oh well. I have food, so I'm gonna eat while we watch the video, okay? Okay.
Is not at all that unique. Delving into the vast realm of German legends and folklore, we come upon a creature known locally as the Aufhocker. Said to be found skulking in the night around bridges, cemeteries, and forest paths, the Aufhocker, or Huck-Up, is a malevolent demonic entity that is known to take many physical forms. In regional tales, the Aufhocker is said to be a huge, black, vampiric dog, which walks on its hind legs and singles out those people who travel alone at night. Depending on its chosen prey, however, the Aufhocker will morph its size and shape accordingly in order to overpower their helpless victim. Beyond its wolfish facade, this entity has also been known to assume other physical forms, including that of a beautifully seductive woman. It sounds like the kitsune in the Japanese lore, something like that, and the gray, ghoulish appearance of an undead corpse. Its name, translated from German as leap upon, is indicative of the demon's preferred method of attack. Once their target is chosen, often a criminal, thief, or some sort of wrongdoer, the Aufhocker will jump onto their backs, latching on with an unbreakable death grip. Their prey, caught off guard and panicked, will soon be drained of all energy in their attempts to resist. Just ties in with what Schaefer said about losing all of his energy, at least in some respect. Considering the creatures are said to have some perception of a person's criminal history, this would seem to merely be a work of fiction, meant to instill superstitious fears in children at a young age of the dangers of walking alone at night, and certainly to stop them from stealing. In other renditions, however, the creatures are far more animalistic in their bloodlust. After latching onto their victim's back, instead of gradually wearing them down, the Aufhocker will use its claws and fangs to maul the defenseless human's throat, ripping it to shreds as their target then drowns in their own blood. While looking into this malevolent entity commonly spoken of in Germanic folklore, it does make Adolf Schaefer's story all the more intriguing. With the creature's ghoulish appearance, combined with its notable set of claws, as recalled in the sergeant's story, we must ask what interest would such a creature have in prowling German military bases and slashing their generators? But if the next story is worth its salt, it would appear that such creatures are by no means strangers to encounters with people who spend all hours of the day and night working in remote areas. And by that, of course, I mean military personnel. Hey guys, because of your support, the last few years have been an incredible run for the channel, and I just wanted to be the first here today to announce that I have finally launched the Wartime Stories podcast. Together with the help of Ballin Studios, you guys know Mr. Ballin, right? Navy SEAL veteran, teller of the strange, dark, and mysterious in story format. We've remastered episodes of Wartime Stories for audio only. Now, while you might say, well, can I just continue to watch here on YouTube? Of course, absolutely. But with the assistance of Ballin Studios' incredible team, I am also able to produce exclusive episodes for the podcast that you won't be able to get anywhere else. We've also got a brand new episode up right now. You guys don't understand how exciting this is for me. For years, I've been sitting on this mountain of stories that I'm just itching to tell, and now I finally can. So, if you don't want to miss anything strange, dark, and mysterious told in the Wartime Stories format, please make sure that you subscribe here and are following the podcast. The style of the episodes will remain the same as they are here exactly. There's just going to be a lot of new, amazing stories that you haven't heard yet that we will be covering in the coming weeks, and new episodes will be dropping every Monday. Rest assured, our team is going to continue to bring you the type of animated stories that you love on YouTube, and now both remastered and exclusive audio episodes on the podcast as well. So make sure you go to any platform you get your podcasts and gently smash the follow button on the Wartime Stories podcast. Again, there are episodes up right now, including a brand new podcast exclusive about terrifying paranormal military encounters that you haven't heard yet. And trust me,
The absolute hate for the like button on both Ballin Studios. Everyone that is a part of Ballin Studios hates the like button now. That's funny. That's funny. I just wanted to say that. Oh my goodness, okay. Getting back to food.
you'll want to hear this one and the others that are coming down the pike. So make sure you go follow the Wartime Stories podcast, and please leave a rating and a review on the podcast if you can too. It really does help. Again, new episodes will drop every Monday. Thank you to all of my loyal viewers and now listeners of Wartime Stories. The Night Stag.
Sometimes I think I should have been a pilot. Hey, flying cabs must be nice.
You'd think so, but I don't have the brains for it. And as I say, it's not a matter of if you crash, it's when.
Well, truer words.
Sage advice. You seen the new flick yet? Raiders of the Lost Ark?
I haven't. I've been meaning to take the wife once we're off rotation. Why? You seen it? How was it?
It's not bad. It's got that Han Solo bloke in it, and Connery, and Nazis. I'll have to just wait till you find out. I shouldn't spoil it for you, but you are not going to... But hang on a minute.
What is it? Something about the film?
No.
What? What's wrong?
Do you see that over there by the tree line about 80 meters out?
Who the hell is that?
More like, what the hell is that?
It's got to be a person. Standing upright. Costume or something.
It's way too early for Halloween, mate. That's an animal of some kind.
In the early 1980s, the Cold War, now simmering for the better part of 40 years, had the forces of NATO and the Soviet Union teetering on the edge of an all-out war, while looming hypothetical World War III was largely thought to be determined by the thousands of nuclear warheads leveled at one another across the Iron Curtain. The armies of the free world at this time deployed millions of troops to Western Europe. Working alongside regional and international allies, these troops prepared and trained for this coming war, intending to be the rock that would break the coming red tide. For a young British soldier named Francis, all of this only meant countless hours of overnight drills in preparation for a mighty struggle that would ultimately never come. On one such night in 1981, Francis, then stationed in West Germany, tells us that he found himself in an open field some 60 miles south of the city of Detmold. With the help of another soldier, these two men were tasked with establishing an HLZ, a helicopter landing zone, in order for their unit's squadron to practice some routine night touch-and-goes, landings and takeoffs. That afternoon, they arrived at this field, which was commonly used for military exercises, and went about the procedures as they had done dozens of times before, without incident. As it got dark and the crickets came out, the stillness of the night was only occasionally interrupted by the comings and goings of the helicopters. With little else to do but to stand by the field and observe these helicopter exercises until they were concluded, Francis and his friend did what all true Brits do when they had a bit of downtime. They made tea and casual conversation, something to keep them warm against the chilly night air. As yet one more helicopter touched down and lifted back off into the sky, the sound of its rotor blades rippling off into the distance, the two Tommies were once again left alone on the desolate landing zone, or so they thought. Around 1:30 a.m., as the two men eagerly awaited for the arrival of the final helicopter so they could pack up and leave, one of the men spotted something on the far side of the landing zone. Francis recounts what he saw. "I looked to where he was pointing, and standing on the edge of the woods, about 80 meters across the clearing was a figure. It was a full moon, so it was quite bright and stood out easy to see. It stood on 2 legs, about 7 or 8 feet tall. It had yellow eye shine, and the body kind of shimmered in the moonlight. It made no sound, and it just really put the shits up us. It just stood there, watching us. We then heard the last cab getting closer to us, coming in for a landing, and at that point, this thing then dropped onto all fours and backed back into the woods. As soon as that cab left, we packed up and were out of there. We had a track to drive down to get back to the main road, and we must have done that at 60 miles an hour to get out of there. We never said anything to anyone, as it's not the thing to do. Brave soldier fighting the Russian hordes, but being frightened of the woods is not the image you want to give. But after that night, I avoided doing night landing sites and never felt comfortable in the woods on exercises doing night stags. We both know what we saw and didn't imagine it. I know Germany has a lot of werewolf and cryptid stories, but that night, I got well and truly shit scared and can remember it like it was last night. Lying in wait. For many paranormal enthusiasts or those fascinated by cryptozoology, the creatures supposedly encountered in these 2 stories will almost certainly ring familiar with another infamous, malevolent supernatural being commonly spoken of in Native American lore. It would seem that the Elfhalkar, despite being half a world away from the American mainland, shares more than a few similarities with the feared skinwalker, and possibly even another creature known as a rake or pale crawler. Skinwalkers are described as evil beings or corrupt witches that have the ability to turn into, possess, or disguise themselves as animals. While there are certainly some differences between the skinwalkers and their German counterparts, in a world rife with strange, dark, and mysterious encounters, they certainly seem to be cut from the same demonic cloth. This is all the more interesting when considering the vast geographic and cultural differences of these entities, which has no less garnered the attention of paranormal enthusiasts and investigators. One such person, a British author by the name of Lee Brickley, was keen to discover the shared connections various shape-shifting entities had in seemingly unconnected cultures all over the world. He recounted his many findings in his book entitled Skinwalkers. Traveling to Germany to follow up on leads of a few supposed shapeshifter encounters, Brickley found himself in the company of a man named Stefan Richter, who, alongside his family in late 2020, claimed to have also encountered one of these nefarious beings while walking in the woods. Stefan, along with his wife and 2 young children, were getting ready to go for one of their morning walks along the trails in the Rehand forest near their home in Brandenburg, which is just a few miles from the center of Berlin. Oddly enough, Stefan's children, usually enthusiastic about adventuring in the outdoors, apparently woke up that morning with a strange aversion to the forest. He recalls, "The children usually love our walks in the forest. It is their happy place, but something was different that morning. It was almost as if they were scared of something. Both were quiet and reserved, and neither wanted to venture far away from us. It was very out of character for them to act that way." Despite concern that his children may be coming down with some sort of illness, the family continued with their morning ritual. After all, what better remedy is there for a common cold than a couple of hours breathing in some fresh air? And so the Richter family made their way to the Rehand forest, setting off on their trek along a narrow, winding path. As they walked further into the woods, the canopy overhead grew denser, shrouding the family below in darkness. And although Stephen couldn't quite define it, something in the woods, unseen or unheard, now had him on edge. It was his wife that saw it first, freezing in her tracks, her eyes fixed at a nearby point in the surrounding trees. When asked what was wrong, Stefan's wife, in a shaking voice, said that there was someone watching them from a point beyond the trees. When asked what was wrong, Stefan's wife, in a shaking voice, told him. He said, "She stopped dead in her tracks and told me there was someone watching us from beyond the trees. I couldn't see anyone, so I told her, no, not to worry." The children seemed to be getting more upset though, and a few minutes later, my wife saw the figure in the distance for a second time and refused to continue walking. Stefan told his family to stay put and then walked ahead to see if he could see anyone for himself. And he did. He said, "He was a huge man, crouching down with what looked like an entire wolf skin draped over his head, shoulders, and back. He looked like something out of a Viking movie. I took a few steps closer, but I stood on a stick that snapped and made a loud noise. The figure in front of me turned around in an instant, and I could see that it wasn't entirely human. The eyes were bright yellow. It looked straight at me before transforming in front of my very eyes. It was almost as if the wolf skin the creature wore grew over its entire body in seconds. It changed from a man into a wolf, and then began running towards myself and my family. I carry a hunting knife, and all I could think to do was to throw it in the direction of the beast. While he wasn't sure if he hit the thing or not, throwing the knife at it was apparently enough to send this unearthly creature running back deeper into the woods. Leaving the knife behind, Stefan and his wife, scooping up their terrified children, tore out of the woods as fast as they could, lest this wolf, or whatever it was, chose to come back. While the story itself was quite outlandish, Brickley, having spent the better part of the last few days with the family, had come to trust them. If anything, Stefan's retelling seemed to take an emotional toll on the man, clearly calling up a memory that he would much rather leave buried. With the Rahan Forest a mere 5 minutes down the road from the Richter household, Brickley inquired about possibly going to the site where they encountered the shapeshifter. Stefan reluctantly agreed, and then led Brickley into the woods. And much to their surprise, they found the very hunting knife that he had talked about. And chillingly, its blade was covered in the unmistakable stain of dried blood. Realizing that they may very well be in the possession of some sort of cryptid DNA, Brickley said that he insisted on finding a local blood lab and having the knife tested. Not realizing at first that they might inadvertently be suspected of murder if the knife was found with human blood, the final results of the blood tests were otherwise just as baffling as they were terrifying. The blood lab technician was confused. According to the private company that had tested the blood samples, the DNA didn't match any animal native to German soil. In fact, it didn't seem to come from any known animal in their extensive database. The closest DNA match, at 96%, was that of the steppe wolf. However, this species was almost entirely confined to the region of Siberia, the other side of the continent of Asia. She told them such an animal being sighted should be immediately reported to the authorities. Still, she said there were notable discrepancies in its DNA profile that prohibited experts from definitively identifying it. In the end, the two men and the DNA experts were at a complete loss.
Steppenwolf. Hang on. Give me a second. A steppenwolf. This is a steppe wolf. It's a Norwegian. Steppe wolf, also known as the Caspian sea wolf, is a subspecies of grey wolf native to Caspian steppes.
Stupid ads. Stupid ads.
They're only supposed to be like a few seconds long. Not supposed to be longer. I see the timer for myself, but it's not always accurate. Alright, so a steppe wolf is this one. So I'm just gonna go to animal bio. Steppe wolf facts and diets and stuff. Okay. So steppe wolf, or the Canis lupus campestris, is also known as the Caspian sea wolf. Is a subspecies of grey wolf native to Caspian steppes. Or Caspian steppes. The steppe region of the Caucasus, the lower Volga region, southern Kazakhstan, north to the middle of the Amba, and the steppe regions of the lower European part of former Soviet Union. It may also occur in northern Afghanistan and Iran, and occasionally the steppe regions of Romania and Hungary. German name is Der Steppenwolf, whence the novel 1927 by German-Swiss author Hermann Hesse is named. Studies have shown that this type of wolf is known to carry rabies due to its close proximity to domestic animals. The need for a reliable vaccine is high. Or vaccination is high. So the steppe wolf is a real wolf, but apparently that's what the DNA said that he hit. He hit a steppe wolf. Like a wolf that shouldn't be in their region. Like in that low, like, forest area. I'm guessing. And welcome back. I'm sorry for ad hell, but it is what it is. The forest needs to... So, I don't have a lot of places to put my portals in anymore. The hidden forest, because corporations are so greedy that they keep cutting them down everywhere. Also, the forest that was like in a garden here and that just fit my portal has now been taken down because of a new house. It was so close to where I live. I was like, come on. Gonna make me walk further? Fuck. I'm gonna have to go back to the farmland, even if they have, like, the forest area. Sure, there is another forest that is, like, up with the frickin' school, but I don't like teenagers wandering in. I really don't. It's the worst. They destroy everything, okay? If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go ahead and put my plate away. Because I don't like dirty dishes anywhere near my workstation. So I will be right back, and I'm gonna go ahead and rinse the plate, put it in the dishwasher, and I'm gonna turn the dishwasher on. Alright. There's no need to put on the be right back screen. I like learning new things. learning stuff like this is actually a lot of fun. We also learn a bunch from videos and actual stories, so I really appreciate it. Also, people like sharing their stories and their experiences is not easy. It never is. But I really do appreciate it because, well, it's brave. It really is, because a lot of scrutiny, you get a lot of scrutiny for, you know, saying your opinion on anything at all. But we're gonna go ahead and continue the story. I'm gonna mute my mic, and we're gonna finish the video, and I get some chance to digest my food. Alright, let's jump back in.
During his travels, Brickley would encounter more than a handful of individuals in Germany who would share similar stories to Stefan's. Embarking on an excursion to Poland with a local man, he met the man's sister, Elsa, who lived shoulder to shoulder with the indigenous Kurpai people in the White Wilderness Forest. In their culture, they believed that such shape-shifting creatures descended from the stars many thousands of years ago, establishing themselves all over the world. The White Wilderness Forest, she explained, served as a sort of portal for these creatures to easily access the human world in greater numbers, much akin to what Skinwalker Ranch is in America. According to her husband, a Kurpai native, the American Skinwalker and the beings stalking the forest were one in the same. Elsa would warn Brickley that, much like the Navajo and Hopi tribes in America, the Kurpai rarely share such tales with outsiders, fearing that the attention brought to such creatures will only increase their power, and that it is best just to ignore them. Considering more than a few people have reported encountering such entities, what can we say? With its many dark forests, long rumored to harbor every kind of evil thing, could the many centuries of children's fables attributed to Germany have some shred of truth to them? While these encounters are of course not exclusive to those serving in the military, it would seem at least a couple of soldiers would say that there is. With regard to their accounts, fantastical and otherworldly as they seem, perhaps they are telling us the truth, that the world is far stranger than we could have imagined. Hey guys, thanks for sticking around for the after action here in the credits. Didn't want to forget to mention, don't forget to check out the podcast. If you're looking for a brand new episode after finishing this one, we've got one over there. I don't want to give it away, but it's a interesting encounter in a place that I've been in the military. It's another creature encounter. Curious what you guys will think about it. But as far as this story is concerned, the creatures obviously weren't all lined up as being like dogmen. But as I kind of researched this topic with Jake, I got a sense that if you look up Ofhokar, the creature, it's supposed to come in different shapes and sizes, like it's a shapeshifter, and goblin or woman or wolf or other creatures. So I just got this sort of sense that there's no categorizing this creature. We do have other dogmen stories, and I know Bedtime Stories has covered dogmen creatures or werewolves in Germany and other places in Europe, so it's not an uncommon phenomenon to hear talked about, whatever the cause is. But in the case of the cadets' experience, even if it is a dream, you wonder, spiritually speaking, dreams can be influenced, right? Let's say the Bible talks about people having visions that were given to them, and they saw a lot of strange things in those visions, but that gives you the sense that dreams and visions kind of go hand in hand. You can even have a vision while you're awake. So, whatever spiritual entity, spiritual force is causing it, if that is the case, right, we'll never understand, I'm sure. But these people see things, they have an experience that leaves an impact on them. In closing, I guess I keep bumping into this as it was discussed and as I found out through the research and reading those books, that the Kurpai people in Poland are of the opinion that the skinwalkers in America and the creatures in Europe are one and the same. So you keep bumping into that sort of, all of these creatures are somehow connected, or all of these creatures are of the same ilk, even though they're spotted in different countries and they're called by different names, and there's a long history of lore, of encounters and things with them. I'm sure that's something we'll keep bumping into in the future. But thank you guys so much for listening, for watching, for checking out the podcast if you do choose to do so. I will be producing more episodes on there because we can put out a lot more audio than we can video at this point. So please go and check it out. Drop a like, drop a subscribe, and all I can say now is thank you so much to my supporters, my YouTube channel members, my patrons, people who support the channel through purchasing merchandise and many other ways. Thank you guys for your incredible support and helping me carry the channel this far. May God be with you no matter what you are dealing with, and I will see you in the next episode.
I really do love everything from Ballin Studios. It is fantastic. They do their research. This guy has experience and knows what he's talking about when it comes to military activities. And you know what? Getting to see that there are other people who have encountered absolutely strange and horrific things, that is something that intrigues me. I know it's scary, I really do, but here's the thing. We're not alone. So with that being said, I would like to do a little bit of see, are we gonna go Stardew Valley? Are we gonna go Pell World? Let's see a bit. Alright. See, no, I'm just kind of trying to figure out stuff here. So we have Power World, we got Stardew Valley. Okay. We have well, we do have Helldivers too, but I don't think I can play it with a model. No, it won't let me. Let me use a model. Computer can only handle so much. We also have Power Wash Simulator. Just to like chill for a minute. But I think I'll do that after, like at the end, maybe? Maybe. Maybe. You know what? I do still have to get like, I need to eat a bean, but I just stayed food. So I think I'm gonna do that a little later. We agreed 1 bean per stream, and I got 9 left. 9 left. Also, for those of you who don't know, in our Discord channel, our Discord, there in the suggestion area is a voting for which hair color I should color my hair in actual life. You will get a actual picture when it's done, but I will be doing that when I have the money. I'm not sure if I'll have the money for it this month because I need my glasses. It has been an absolute pain to be without glasses, so I really need to get those. Like, stat. On the other hand, I'm also paying a phone bill. Hefty one. What else? We're also gonna have to get a new game and finish that. I'm not sure if that's in the budget this time, but I will definitely look at it. I think it is, because of all the crazy freaking subs that you guys had. You kill me. You know that? You kill me. But in the future, I am going to look at some riggers, and I'm gonna save up. I'm gonna save up for more advanced rigging. You know, with headpats, that stuff.
Also, we're gonna go ahead and play some Baldur's Gate 3. I do need to eat a bean later, but for those of you who do not know, Discord, suggestion area, our channel, our Discord channel. In the suggestion area, there's a voting. Which hair color do you want to see in actual life? Only one hair color can win. We started a new one. Yes. We're called Diane. Or Diane. Whichever you wanna. Whichever you prefer. Whatever. I've been trying to see how to do everything in Baldur's Gate 3, and trust me, it is not easy. It is not easy. I was supposed to do some research, but I didn't. I kind of just want to play and see how it goes, but obviously I would like to get all the achievements. Or at least some of them for right now. Currently we are here. Let's see. It's taking a little bit to load. Steam is having a hard time. Or is my computer having a hard time? Oh, it's working fine. Okay, there's something here. Oh, the hidden cache. Yes, yes. Like that.
Then through.
Wait, why is that just there?
We should check it out, but be careful.
Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
Another broken trap. Who made these things?
Let's see. What the? Yes.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Yes, I would love that too, but hey, here we are. Hmm?
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's ordered! The packet! What's going on? Goblins are... You let... Cannon! Damnable roach! And suffer.
We're just skipping most of this because, eh. Okay, we got the boost. Right. Oh, I know it's not. There we go. Why are you showing the headpiece? I don't want to see the headpiece. No. Wait.
No escape.
All right. Hmm.
Of course.
Got to focus. On the move.
My sickle and sword. Down.
Nice. Very nice. But yeah, I'm out of spells.
Can't slow down.
I'll bleed every last one of you. Gone with the weave.
Of course he fell.
A peak won't hurt.
Seriously, critical miss? Dude.
Maybe not the best time.
Time to move. That was the last of them. Inside! All of you! More may follow! Oh!
Good.
Damn them.
They were tenacious. I wonder what they wanted here, other than bloodshed.
I just wonder if the grubby little beasts had any friends, and if they're nearby.
Open up. Wonder if the gods are watching me. More for me?
Hmm. Let's see. What other shenanigans can we...
That's curious.
At the back of the crevice lies a bag enfolded in the chitinous squabbling of spiders. A shiny gold coin pokes from its mouth.
Oh, God.
The creatures clutch the pouch possessively. Is gold so precious to spiders?
Ha 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 ha, that's funny.
Pincers pierce your...
Alright.
At the back of the crevice lies a bag enfolded in the chitinous squabbling of spiders. A shiny gold coin pokes from its mouth.
Phew.
The spiders scatter, and you stash the bag. Something clinks among the coins.
No one stopped me yet. Very well. Something good here, I hope.
Hmm. Let's see. Starn. Seven.
I'm ready.
7. Shadowheart can carry the most. This. Fine. Jesus. Why? There. Cleaning up bags. Wonderful.
No time for Danny.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Moving in. Might be useful. These tracks. Goblins.
I can't stop the bleeding, Bray.
I'll give it a shot.
Let's see. Wait, why is... Starian, why are you stuck up there, you stool bed? Stupido. Oh, okay, he's not stuck anymore. Right.
Glowing eyes are rarely a good sign. Best be careful.
Shut it! Boss should rip you for talking that way.
How do I unclick something?
Well, at least we got the druid to
yourselves entertained. Let's find another.
Into the shadows. The element of surprise.
Oh, this was more fun when he was screaming.
Could wake him up by chopping off a toe. That'd be funny.
What path lies before me? Ignis!
Can you feel death's cold grip? Over here. May it please, Mistra.
Ready. Onward.
I'm fading. Fast. I must heal.
This feels good. Make it hurt. What fools these mortals be.
Bleed for me.
Have to keep going.
Let's have some fun.
What's in here? Something's on my mind.
His breaths are shallow. His
What's next? Time to pack it in for the day, I think.
Elminster's not around, so might as well.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
What now? Magnificent.
No one back home will ever believe this. What's up for discussion?
Oh, thank you, thank you. I thought I was gonna die down here. It's my fault. I thought I'd given them the slip, but they followed me through the tunnel back there. I must tell the others what happened. I stepped careful. There are traps in these tunnels. And thank you again.
Here we go.
There are a few things that I would like here.
Something over there. Well, that's not good.
All right, time to see what's new horrors waiting for us.
Please.
Alright, let's see.
What's inside?
I'll go to Astarion. This. Oh. Oh, that sucked.
Keep a blade close. A trap. Someone doesn't like this.
Fading fast. I need healing.
Really? Are you kidding?
My faith protects me. Take you.
Finally!
No time to rest?
Someone there?
We're a long way from Waterdeep.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have. Can't risk being in open view. Should mind my step.
Jesus.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
I don't think there's anything more in here.
On my way. Here goes nothing.
Per se, so I'm just gonna go ahead and
It wasn't blocked.
So,
It was stupid.
do you have loves waiting for you once this is all over?
You know what? That is not the easiest of questions for me to answer.
You mean just waiting? Like a lovesick puppy? Short-time amusements are much less hassle.
Feel like we're being watched.
Make it hurt.
Got to move. Still on my feet.
Death is but a word away. Onward.
Damn.
Can't even catch my breath.
May the dice roll in my favor.
Ouch. That'll need some healing.
You have good timing. But you're not here for Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. Too bad. I earned it, fair and square. That bloody Irenes. Here.
Don't touch me.
At least things have stayed interesting. What path lies before me?
Why does this keep happening? I was joking about octa soup just a moment ago. Come on, Rick. Now what? We dig a hole and be done with him?
We could say a prayer.
There are children here! You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
We lost him back at the ruins.
He trusted you.
Nobody forced him to go.
My God, you're a coward.
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
Yes.
That's that, I suppose. The goblins have found us. No doubt the beast will be back. We need to pack up and leave. Immediately!
Though, be careful you don't spoil our for once.
Now that that's
Seems
settled,
his skull isn't as
we can
thick
get
as
to
I
the
thought.
I just want to get to somewhere a little bit further in here.
Is there anything you need?
Act fast if you do. The ritual will... Nettie could put you to rights. She should be with the others in the inner chambers. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
Let's see. Doesn't seem to have any light armor. See. Hey, what else?
My faith will guide me.
Which way to the nearest library?
Getting some early game gear is not a bad idea. It's just sometimes a hassle. Alright. We got what we needed from that. Here we go.
Sylvanus, guide your path.
Alright, let's see. Who are these guys? God, no. Hey there. Here. Alchemy power.
Hells! We can't just leave.
I'll not. Can we all?
What's the point? These people aren't fighting.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Damn. Critical success.
Thank you. It's the right thing to.
She's right, Roland. Zerg.
Thank you, Roland.
Alrighty. That is done.
I need a quick word.
Let's recruit Will. We have more options.
Go on. No. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. Well.
The man's smart. You.
Help.
You're Advocatus Diaboli, a devil's advocate, a champion in the blood war between diabolical forces and demons.
That ship sailed the Styxel. Her name is I tracked. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses. Just so you know, my first duty is Karlak, but I won't. I accept. I'm up for the challenge. You've just got to make a little space. A splendid plan.
Alrighty.
You ain't.
Put it. She didn't kill your brother.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tieflin. If you ever had it to begin with. I'm not afraid. Chosen by the Absolute, I am. I'm blessed.
Oh, I'll bless you, all right.
Hey, Riverman.
Looks like the Absolute. You move.
Yeah.
Cannon would hate me for this, but he's not here. They took him from me. Don't you dare! Damn you. Damn it! Why do you care if a goblin lives or dies? If you believe anything the beast tells you, you're an idiot.
It's all right, Arca. Let's go.
Oh, you thieves are all boring. Ain't sure why you're protecting me. Don't care, neither. It's too late to make friends, warg meat. My tribe's coming. They're gonna burn this pretty place for the glory of the Absolute and hang you by your guts. Goddess. We're burning her name across the face of the world, we are. The Absolute is gold from the sky, she is. The blessing in the storm and the storm itself. My tribe can tell you everything there is to know. Absolute bless one of our own. Priestess Gut. Got a whole lab set up. Cooks up potions that fix our lads, no matter how much of a beating they take. Could probably stick your head back on if someone was to chop it off. Mighty booyog.
Booyog. The goblin word for magic. Primitive to a fault, but not entirely without merit.
It's the truth. I swear on your mother's grave. Get me out of here, and I'll tell you where to find her. Deal? Suit yourself. Looking forward to seeing what your innards look like.
Believe it or not, but I witnessed a similar standoff back at the Yawning Portal. Of course, an establishment like that invites all sorts of outlandish entertainments. An inn in Waterdeep. Ooh, never a dull moment there. Adventurers come from all over Faerun to try their luck down the well. Leads into the Undermountain, you see, full of death, danger, and vast amounts of treasure. Hard to resist.
Not today, Grim Moon. It's been a
Suit yourself. I was merely going to remark that you handled yourself pretty well.
Thieves are all boring. Even your cages are boring. I'm gonna bite the heads off your kids, and your birdies, and your dogs.
What's hiding
Shame the
here?
goblins didn't kill me, too.
Don't say that.
I'm just sad. Bored.
Oh, so we can level up. Sweet.
Feels like we're all waiting to die.
How long until Ronan shows off his thunder wave?
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
True.
Ah, if it isn't the... And there isn't a bit of colour in those cheeks. Auntie Ethel will sort you out. I've lotions and potions galore. Nay, bother.
Hmm. It's just I'm not sure what to do.
Take care now.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and save game. I think I want to play something else.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon.
I am not grumpy. The scowl on your face would frighten a troll. You're an idiot.
I also have to level them up another time. Also, I need to let my wound breathe a little bit. So there's that. Funny. Stand up for a minute. Need to let my wound breathe a little bit.
Depends. How many people are dumb enough
Not
to
always
ask?
nice to deal with. Not. Camera, hello. Oh wow.
Doesn't taste half.
Okay. Well, we're gonna quit game. Because I would like to play something else. Something different. Different. Opa. I don't know what is up with my model currently. There's something weird going on. As for what to play, I got no idea. I'm just kind of like, no, don't wanna. Man, my one looks angry. He really very nice. Okay, what does not require me to use a lot of the mouse? Well, we can do some Stardew Valley. Just so I can relax my pointy finger. Let's continue. Gotten a lot of stuff done. Oh my.
I realized how loud this was. Yeah. That better? Yeah, I think so too. Okay, I really need to get more hay. Nothing seems to be ready. Alright. They will do their best to shower everyone with good fortune. Yay! Yeah, I got myself that one. A coconut. That's easy. We already have one. Crystal fruit jelly. How do I put them in a jar? I also decided to plant some more trees while I was off stream. So I have some more trees in the greenhouse. At least they're all happy. But we're definitely gonna need to get more hay. That's absolutely what we need to do. So we planted some more trees over here. All the other types of trees, but they're still growing. Okay, let's go give the kitty some water. There's nothing in the cave. Here. Okay, that one. Selling these. Okay, we're gonna go to... Oh, Gus. Someone just talks to Sebastian. Gus doesn't open his area until, like... one.
We're trying to up the hearts with him, but it's getting kind of difficult. On and off. Okay. Wow. So full of himself. I don't want you. Why not? I mean, Sam is nice about it. Fire quartz, huh? There. Nope. I don't want to do that. Nope. I'm just waiting for it to be 1 PM so I can go into the saloon and give Gus the coconut. Alright, it's 1 o'clock in the game. Okay, so what's the goblin? That is my. I thought so, but it's like kind of fucked up here. Okay, let's see. Go to the library. See what books we. Void mayonnaise. Right? Okay. Everything comes back to, like, getting the freaking void mail. Interesting. Let's see. I need to do things. Let's see. Ow. So I figured out that we can actually do this and see how far we've gotten. Like the green star you see here? There? Now we need to fill up this. I don't understand. I need more acorns. So I need to go, because I want to plant the mystic tree seed. So I want to do that. But in order to do that, I need to actually find more acorns. So we're going hunting. Stuff. But I'm definitely going to get more of these. How do I get that? Dried crystal fruit, hang on. I need to like make this machine for this or what? I feel like there's a machine for this. Hello? Yeah, for me. Nothing interesting. Nothing whatsoever. Disappointing. I really hate when they're this close to the water. Fuck. But I didn't want it to go in the water. Hmm? Hmm. Okey-doke. You can actually buy things from her with seeds. That's actually pretty cool. Come on, be an acorn. Damn. Catherine, the one time I need an acorn and I can't find one. Typical. Hmm. Why am I not finding an acorn? I need an acorn. Okay. Whirlwinding. What the? What's that? First, he just scared himself. Like the little nincompoop that he is. Now I just need to fill that bar again. Oh, okay. Bus stop. I forgot to buy more hay. Whoops. They would do their best to show everyone good fortune. Yay! Ooh, lucky us. Iridium. Sweet. I'm really happy with that. all fun stuff. All the good things. All the good things. Oh, we need to actually... Ancient fruit. Hey, let's... Oh, no, no, we forgot something. Or I forgot something. Okay, so how do I get dried fruits? Hang on. I feel like I should have this recipe, but I'm not sure. Let's see. I have it. Oh, I need to buy it. Okay. That makes more sense. Alright, so we need to buy it from Pierre, apparently. Definitely gonna do that then. If he has it. Yes. Oh, let's see. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Oh, we're gonna hand in those 5 iridium bars to the boat. Dehydrator recipe. Hell yeah. Keep here. Alright, we're gonna go to... Oh, here's Sebastian. Perfect. Trying to get him so we can marry him. The boat would be repaired overnight. Yep. See? There we go. Beautiful, ain't it? He's willing up there. Weird.
But now we can actually make the dehydrator so I can get dehydrated fruit. So we're gonna definitely do that. And we're gonna put that in the shed. Will I have enough of everything? Let's see. Because I need slime for this. I do believe. Wait, did we give the cat water? Hmm? We did. I'm being silly. Okay, we got more than enough of those. Okay, let's see if we have any extra stones just to... Oh, we do not. Alright, let's see. You're kidding. Ah, clay, fire quartz. No, I do have a... Oh, I do here. Funny. Okay. So what we need is... clay... fire quartz. Alright. Now we can put some fruit in there. Have we checked on the chickens yet? Yeah, we did. Yep. I need to get over to Marnie's before I actually run out of hay. Thanks, sweetheart. I don't care how much gold I spend for the hay, it's just I don't want to run out and have my farm animals pissed at me. It's like, no. It's a no. Obviously, still need to go ahead and try some fruit, but be done in a jiffy. Requires 5 pieces. Oh, for the love of... So fruit then. Son of...
So much to do, so little time. So much to do, so little time. They're rebuilding the boat! Yay! Wonderful. Oh. Closing in. We're over 5,000 out of the 15,000 that we need. Currently. Exit to desktop. So, apparently it doesn't want to track properly today. Okay, now it's fixing. Being like that. Why does it be like that? Like I said, I wanted to end with Power Wash Simulator. Because we still have, like... Oh yeah, I promised the bean. That is what I did promise. Yeah. I'm gonna have to buy more cola. Yes. I'm getting things ready. I know myself when the bean is bad. The bean is bad. Okay? It is bad. Be bad. Okay, so we're spinning the wheel. That wasn't good. There we go. Again? Okay, it's either booger or juicy pear. Here we go. Oh god. Oh god. Nope. Nope. That. Nope. Nope. I would rather chew on paper. I would so much rather chew on paper. I hate things so much. So much. Nope. Nope. Blah. No, if you'll excuse me, I will go paper away. Going all the paper away. I swear my taste buds are gonna go to shit. My taste buds are gonna hate me. Funny. All fun stuff. Okay, now I just need to do 8 more beans. Ugh. I won't be doing any squats today, but I probably will tomorrow. Gotta space them out, you know? Gotta space those things out. I really need to start finding non-copyright shit.
Say or leave, it don't mean nothing. Find me a hearse. Only way you win.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and continue with Alice's Adventures. We're still in the campaign. And we're doing Mad Tea Party. That is a lot to clean. We're doing dishes. Like, seriously.
You know that you could tear me limb by limb. I would never break open. I could never let you in. You could tear me, you could tear me limb by limb. Baby, I would take that risk. Ain't no matter what the sin. You could tear me, you could tear me. Take what you want. I don't need a thing to keep on going. You do me wrong. Whenever you can, you hit, you don't miss. But it comes around the calm is waiting, and I know that you'll see your final song. I feel like coming too, but I won't show it. Sharpen your blade, love when I'm bleeding.
Got teacup done, stacked teacups done. These are done. It's done, and so is the yellow tablecloth. Okay. So we're gonna move on.
You could tear me limb by limb. I would never break open. I could never let you in. You could tear me limb by limb.
How do we get stuck with cleaning duty? We're gonna slither along the table.
Just remember, don't forget, close your eyes and count to 10. Am I better off alone? Am I better off dead? Am I better in the clouds? Yeah, surrounded by my
I found the cat! Oh, I saw it for a minute.
but the voices always say you'll be safe in my dreams. Baby, come back to sleep. What are you afraid of? Who you gotta be? You don't need the real world, you just need to leave. Cause you'll be safe in my dreams. Safer asleep.
I think I might be a very, very boring. Opa. Oh, what's that?
Me or me, we can do it. Your blood is sweet. You're my fantasy. Cigarettes in her denim jeans. It's just burning so to me. Think I lost my sanity. So let her rest with my memories. 'Cause love is in a can't be alone, you always need a queen. Your blood is sweet, you're my fantasy. Cigarettes in her denim jeans, lipstick stains are her enemies. So lie to me, I think I lost my sanity. So let her rest with my memories, 'cause love isn't a guarantee.
I just feel like I should be playing some... I don't know, I'm not very talkative when I'm playing games. I try, but ultimately I just know I'm gonna get really, really focused on what I'm doing. I'm just really like, huh, I get to do things. I get easily distracted by anything. So the poll that I wanted to do with the emote was maybe the going to sleep one, or one where I see something really pretty and just run away and like away into the opposite direction, just disappear as the animated emote, or if I should do something else. other than that, but I will have a few suggestions like in the poll. But first, we're gonna finish the dyeing the hair, and after that one's done, I'm gonna have the animated emote, and also I would love any sort of ideas for the regular emote that we have also available, because you actually deserve it. I'm not gonna have a poll whether you want both or not. It's you deserve both. So it's just a matter of like which type you want of the emotes. What do you want to see? That's the thing. We could also have a dancing one, like with a rave one, or anything like that. It's just more or less, what do you guys want?
So stay for a while, yeah, 'cause you don't try to hide your love. So stay for a while. Your love so real. she wanted, she got it. Bad bitch with a body, I hit it, then leave it alone. Still on them now, they just missing the tonic. I did all this shit on my own. And bitch, I slide, stay outside, get up out my zone. Yeah, real rich vibe, paradise, got here on my own. Yeah, run it up, what you know about? Couple hundred to the side, off for showing out. Making all the bands like a pouring out.
Hey, let's see.
Bitch, but I'm scoring out. Wristwatch, big clock, VVS dance. It's ironic cause the shit don't even TikTok.
Gonna need to...
Why 20 when I cop the ride? Swerving going about 80 to escape when she popped the tie. Go wet it like some sloppy tie. If you wanna smoke this man down, bad little O, she stand out. Saying she want me, I know it's the money, cause she see me pull all the bands out. Fuck it, I'll fuck on a fan now. Whatever you want, no, I can now. Green guys, they fill up my wallet and pocket like they finna order a stand down. She wanted, she got it, bad bitch with a body, I hit it, then leave it alone. Still on them now, they just missing the tonic. I did all this shit on my own. And bitch, I slide, stay outside, get up out my zone.
Yep.
Real rich vibe, paradise, got here on my own.
Alright, next area. I found the cat. Found the cat. Hi. Hi.
I'ma get a little mouth and I'll send a little cash. Shit, I don't care if it's dark or not. You can see me in the parking lot. Base jumping in the head, I might just fuck around and call the cops. Many bitches like to talk a lot. They do. Hey, and I'ma meet up with the fans tonight. And I'ma spend a couple bands tonight. And if I run to my op girl, actually got plans or not. Pull up, play this and watch her dance a lot. Yeah, you whipping boring, my foreign. No, I can be on basic shit. She hit my line, I ignore it. Cause I can't fuck no basic bitch. And talk is talk, you annoying. Where you don't act to say some shit. I'm way ahead and you know it. Can't even see me LASIK. She wanted, she got it. Bad bitch with a body, I hit it, then leave it alone. Still on them now, they just missing the tonic. I did all this shit on my own. And bitch, I slide, stay outside, get up out my zone. Yeah, real rich vibe, paradise, got here on my own.
I lost a piece of me, you stole my heart and took away my soul through kerosene.
There are so many tables.
I tried to reason, did the most, but pocket aces never fold. You picked the time and place and showed that you would not cave. You can't keep hiding, hiding behind the silence. I get caught in your violence, violence know you too well. There's no more fighting, fighting, so don't we're trying, trying. I can't keep lying, lying right to myself. I've seen better days, I'm in a world I can't escape. Took me down a path I hate and left me broken. And you know you won't change, forever stuck up in your ways. When it burned the bridge we made, you tore it all down. We see better days. I lost that time, I can't get back. I lost it all, matter of fact. I wasted every second you were on my mind, babe. That's trauma that you can't unpack. The feeling so much worse than that. I gave the world and you just laughed without a smile, babe. You can't keep hiding, hiding behind the silence. I get caught in your violence, violence know you too well. There's no more fighting, fighting, so don't we're trying, trying. I can't keep lying, lying right to myself. I've seen better days, I'm in a world I can't escape. Took me down a path I hate and left me broken. And you know you won't change, forever stuck up in your ways. When it burned the bridge we made, you tore it all down. We see better days.
Nope.
I'm awake, I ain't living in your world no more, no more. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's how I feel life is. Only what you make it. Girl, every little thing, bro. You're the only one that I see. So this party feels like it's you and me. It's late. Girl, do your worst. Go and leave, it don't mean nothing. Find me a hearse. Only way you're winning this if I'm dead.
It's so much.
Around the corner, straight, and then I know that you'll get what you deserve. The more I try to run, the less that I can. Sharpen your blade.
There's so much.
Love when I'm bleeding, taking away everything but breathing. No, I can't stay. You rip me to pieces. I see that you hate me, but you know that you could tear me limb by limb. I would never break open. I could never let you in. You could tear me limb by limb. Baby, I would take that risk. Ain't no matter what the sin. You could tear me. Take what you want. I don't need a thing to keep on going. You do me wrong. Whenever you can, you hit, you don't miss. But it comes around the corner, straight, and then I know that you'll see your final song. I feel like coming too, but I won't show it. Sharpen your blade. Love when I'm bleeding, taking away everything but breathing. No, I can't stay. Rip me to pieces. I see that you hate me. You know that you could tear me limb by limb. I would never break open. I could never let you in. You could tear me limb by limb. Baby, I would take that risk. Ain't no matter what the sin. You could tear me.
I don't know. Maybe it would be better to just end stream soon.
Just a side effect. Just remember, don't forget. Close your eyes and count to 10. Am I better off alone? Am I better off dead? Am I better in the clouds? Yeah, surrounded by my friends. Falling back with strangers at once in my head. But the voices always say you'll be safe in my dreams. Baby, come back to sleep. What are you afraid of?
No, there's just a lot of foot traffic outside my window. Well, I was kind of curious, like, if we were. What? No. I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this. Oh. No. It's really boring today. Quite boring today. Quite boring today. So tracking this stuff. Yeah, okay, the camera's like burning. There we go. No, the camera's burning up something awful, so I'm gonna have to turn off the model. Oh, oh boy. Now what? There's not really much to do, honestly. So, I say we go for... Well then. Mr. Ballin has amazing videos. He really does. I'm just gonna go for his older material because I would like to continue with his older stuff. Because I have, like, there's like a series of stuff that we were watching and I want to see where we were on that. Yeah, I know the rest sleep experiment. Yeah, I'm not watching this. I will never travel again.
Cases like this don't happen. Hey, what's going on, guys? Mr. Ballin here. You probably know me from TikTok. In fact, I bet there's a percentage of people that are on this YouTube video just because they watched my TikTok version of this case, the Jamie Close case. And so thank you for making the jump and watching the full version. I hope you'll stick around and you'll actually subscribe to my channel because I'm trying to make YouTube my primary medium for sharing stories with the world. It'll be much the same content that I'm putting on TikTok, you know, scary stories, murder mysteries, unsolved stuff, spooky stuff, dark stuff, just kind of anything that's compelling. And YouTube's going to be the place where I try to do that primarily. And so I'm already committing to doing, you know, one video on YouTube a week. I'm trying to make it 2. This is the first week I've done 2, so we'll see how it plays out. I do have, you know, 3 kids and other job responsibilities, so it's a little hard to juggle, but I love doing this stuff. So please, if you enjoy this video and you like my content, please subscribe, please stick around. So with today's case, the Jamie Close case, the reason I ended up choosing this one and making a TikTok version of it, now a YouTube version of it, is actually pretty straightforward. It's because even though it's true, if you were to make a movie out of this case, the viewers wouldn't really believe it because the perpetrator in this case has no motive and has no history of committing any crimes. I think he had a parking ticket. And he targets a child. I mean, putting that all together, you don't see that. That is not a popular archetype for a movie. The idea that there are just these random, you know, perpetrators out there just targeting random children. and harming them and their families, there has to be a motive, especially when it comes to children being involved. There has to be a motive. And in this case, there really wasn't. And even the perpetrator, when he was in prison, he wrote a letter to Jamie and her surviving family members where he kind of tried to explain why he did it, but even he didn't have strong enough language to communicate what it was. He made it seem like it was pretty complicated, and even he didn't know. He just said, hey, look, I'm not a serial killer. I just had to do this, and I don't really know why. So it's just one of the more disturbing cases when you go into it knowing that this whole thing was perpetrated by someone who had no criminal history. He had no connection to the victims, except that he randomly had a chance encounter with one of them. And it just kind of happened. It's just one of those horrible things that even now, no one really understands, including the killer himself. So let's dive into it. In 2018, 21-year-old Jake Patterson is on his way to work at a cheese factory in Wisconsin. He'd only been working there for a couple of days. This is like his third day on the job. You know, he's this kind of typical guy leading a typical life in Wisconsin. And he's driving his Ford Taurus. He comes to a stop behind a school bus where middle school kids are getting on the bus. And he's sitting there and he looks up and he sees, for the first time in his life, a blonde-haired, green-eyed girl who ended up being 13-year-old Jamie Close. And as he's sitting there, because this all came out in a very lengthy confession, so we have lots of details about this case. As he's sitting there watching Jamie, who again, he doesn't know, get on the bus, he has this realization that she is going to be the girl that he takes. He actually says that sitting behind the wheel, he's like, I realized right then and there that she's the one I'm gonna take. And so a guy with no criminal history, he's sitting there coming up with this plan of how he's gonna abduct this girl. And it would come out later in his confession, which again was very lengthy, that he put a ton of effort into planning out this abduction. So let's talk about Jake's plan. He takes his father's Mossberg 12-gauge shotgun, which is a very commonly purchased weapon. He assumed that because it is, you know, so widely purchased, it would be hard to track. Okay, so he takes his gun, takes a couple slugs, so he's got his weapon. Then he goes and purchases a balaclava, so a mask, a whole head mask from Walmart. He shaves his head, shaves his beard so that there wouldn't be any hairs, for forensic evidence at the crime scene. This is all so premeditated. He went out and purchased gloves and wiped his gloves all so they wouldn't have prints on them. He purchased steel-toed boots and dark jeans and a dark jacket in the car he was going to use, because he plans on abducting Jamie, and he knew he was going to be keeping her in the trunk. He cut the cord inside of his vehicle. It was when you press this button inside the car, it would open the trunk. Basically, he didn't want any access to the trunk unless you had the key. So he cuts that cord. He disconnected the dome light inside of his Taurus, his Ford Taurus, to try to better conceal him when he's in the car. I mean, this guy, he's really thinking hard about how he's going to do this. He knew he was going to go in that house, he's going to take Jamie, and he had his big plan, right? 2 separate times, Jake tried, unsuccessfully, to abduct Jamie. He drove to their house the first time, and there were cars in the driveway, so he got spooked and he leaves. He comes back and he's about to drive up the driveway when lights come on, so he leaves again. But on October 15th, 2018, unfortunately, he was successful. It was around midnight when Jake Patterson rolls into the Close family's driveway. The lights in his car are off, the headlights are off, and he rolls into the driveway. And inside of this very modest home, Jamie was sleeping with her dog, Molly. And Molly hears the car pull into the driveway and starts barking. Wakes up Jamie. Jamie looks out, she sees a car she doesn't recognize, it's the middle of the night, and she runs to her parents' room and she alerts her parents. Jamie's father, James, he goes to the front door with a flashlight. Meanwhile, Denise, that's Jamie's mother, and Jamie retreat into the bathroom where they shut the door. They sensed that this was potentially going to be a home invasion, and certainly they were right. So they actually barricade the door with a dresser that was in there, and they get in the tub and they shut the curtains. And so James is at the front door, and he watches Jake Patterson get out of his car, calmly walk up the steps to the front door. And at this time, James is thinking that perhaps this is the police. And so when Jake arrives at the door and starts banging on the door, James shines his light out through the window, kind of gets a peek at him, then moves over to the door itself where there's this little tiny window on the door. And he looks through, shining the light, and he says, "Show me your badge." And unfortunately, it was at the same time that Jake raises his shotgun and pulls the trigger, shoots right through the glass, hits James, and James dies immediately. Back in the bathroom, Jamie would later say that when she heard that shotgun blast, that she knew that her father was dead. And I think Denise, her mother, knew that as well, because immediately Denise picks up her phone and calls 911 as she's talking to the dispatcher, who said that there were no police in the area, so further confirming that this was definitely not the police, because they didn't see that interaction at the door, they just heard it. Jake at the front door is trying to bust in the door. He can't do it, so he takes his shotgun, ejects a spent round, and then puts a slug through the doorknob, making it come wide open. He pushes it open, steps over the body of James, and begins to search the house. The house is empty, every door is open except one, and it's the bathroom door where Denise and Jamie are hiding in the bathroom. Jake begins to try to push the door open. He can't do it, and finally he just starts trying to smash the door in. And after 10, 15 blows, he actually managed to split the top half of the door open because the dresser was blocking the lower half. He goes into the bathroom and he rips down the shower curtain, and there is Denise bear hugging and protecting her daughter, Jamie, in the tub. Jake hands duct tape to the mother, Denise, and tells her to put duct tape over the mouth and the hands of her daughter. She refuses. She's protecting her daughter. Jake sets his shotgun down, pushes Denise aside, and does it himself. And then, after getting Jamie out of the tub, he picks his shotgun up again, aims it at the mother, turns his head, and he pulls the trigger and he kills the mother. Picks up Jamie. She's only about 5 foot, 100 pounds. And he drags her out to his car, opens up the trunk of his Taurus, puts her in, shuts it, and he's on his way. He was in the house for a total of 4 minutes. He would say in his confession, Jake, that as he's driving away, about 20 seconds after departing the house, he saw all the cop cars coming down the road. And actually, police officers would say they remembered a Taurus yielding to the police cruisers as they came in. He makes his way around them and off he goes. And Jamie would say she remembered hearing the sirens, and then they fade as they disappear. Jake would drive 70 miles to his house where he would keep Jamie prisoner. For the next 3 months, investigators, the local population, everybody is looking for Jamie. And at the same time, I mean, people didn't have high hopes for her safe return. I mean, in the vast majority of cases like these, where a child's been abducted, unfortunately, they usually don't get home safe. And so the whole community is just devastated. This is gaining national attention. Everybody's looking for Jamie and they can't find her. The whole time, she was being held 70 miles away in Jake Patterson's cluttered, kind of crummy house that was out in the middle of the woods. When they got to his house, he burned her clothes and his gloves and the duct tape. He gave her his sister's pajamas, and then he had her go under the bed, this bed he had in the house, and he barricaded her underneath the bed. And so she had a pillow and a blanket, and she was just underneath this bed. And that was it. She basically was ignored. I mean, her captor, Jake Patterson, he puts her under the bed, and he warns her, if you leave or try to escape, bad things are going to happen to you. And because she did witness him kill her parents, she knows he's capable of that, and he knows that she knows that he's capable of that. So he had this stranglehold on her where he basically just said, "You're staying under the bed, and don't you dare leave." And she listened, and frankly, you can't blame her, right? And so she would go stretches of 8, 10, 12 hours of laying under the bed with no food, no water, no bathroom breaks. But ultimately, she was just kind of ignored. There wasn't really a plan for, what was going to happen when she got to the house. He just kind of neglected her. After 2 weeks where he was really on guard, and he told her that he was keeping a shotgun right outside her door in case anything went down with the police, when no one came looking for them, or when no one arrived at his place, he felt very confidently that he had gotten away with his crimes, to the point where he actually, Jamie would say, he started having guests over. He had friends over, and he just told her, stay in the room, don't come out. And so for 87 days, that's how it was. She just was neglected. This poor girl was underneath this bed, just wondering what the heck's gonna happen, with obviously no time to grieve over the loss of her parents. Mr. Patterson, he really didn't leave the house. And when he did, I think he left one time to visit a grandparent, and he was very aggressive in warning her that he would hurt her if she tried to leave. But for the most part, he didn't leave the house. But you could tell in looking at this case that he became fairly confident that he was just going to get away with this. And so he actually applied for a job. And he left one morning to go to the interview. And it's kind of funny, on his, in a dark way, he wrote on his, what did he write? On his application that he's an honest, hardworking guy. And under skills, he said he doesn't have much work experience, but he shows up to work and is a quick learner. And so here he goes out to just get a job and go back to normal. And when he left that morning, Jamie, who's under the bed, she's done. She's not going to be a captive anymore. And as soon as he leaves, she pushes aside the barricade of, there's some weights that were there and dressers. She pushes it all aside. She runs out. She puts on his shoes, which are too big for her. She puts them on the wrong feet. And she runs out the door. She doesn't know where she is. She doesn't know anything, but she's gone. A woman was walking her dog around 4 p.m. Her name was Jeannie Nutter. And she sees this girl, this teenager, who doesn't have a coat on. She doesn't have gloves on. It's bitterly cold. They're in the middle of Wisconsin in the wintertime. And she sees her coming towards her, and she can tell kind of instinctively that something's wrong. Okay, this is not just some nice kid coming down the road. There's an issue here. And as she got closer, and the girl said, "I'm lost. I need help. My name is Jamie." The woman, Jeannie, said that she immediately knew who it was. She lived in the area, and she had seen the posters up for Jamie. She knew exactly who she was. She gave her a big hug and held her and said, "I've got you. I'm going to take care of you." And so, holding her closely, she brings her to a nearby neighbor's house. She said, this is Jamie Close. We have to call the police. And they go in there, and the homeowners got their weapons out, and they guarded the door, and they huddled around Jamie while Jeannie called the police. And the police just didn't even know what to do. They were so shocked that they had found Jamie Close that it actually took a minute for them to recognize what they were saying and how urgent it was that you come here right now, because at some point her captor, who can't be that far away, is going to recognize that she's not there anymore. And so they send the police, and luckily Jamie is brought in and is saved. Certainly not from the emotional toll, but she's physically safe. Jake comes home from his big job interview, and he sees that Jamie's gone, and he sees footsteps leaving his property in the snow, and he goes out looking for her. And just because this is the way things go sometimes, he was immediately rounded up by the police. They found his car, they found him. And as soon as he was pulled over, he didn't resist. In fact, he immediately identified himself and said that he did it. Jake Patterson was given a life sentence without the opportunity for parole, so he will die in prison. But to this day, no one really understands how this could have happened. And going back to what I said at the beginning, cases like this don't happen. There's always some reason for a crime such as this. We can't, as human beings, accept that some stranger has the ability to randomly target a child and go as far as to kill their parents in front of them and hold them hostage when they have no criminal history. There's no red flags. He happened to see her getting on a bus, and that was all he needed. I mean, how could that possibly be the case? But in this unfortunate case, it just is. So that's going to do it, guys. I hope you enjoyed this. Please hit like and subscribe. I'll be doing stories like this one and many more, mysteries, scary stories, spooky stuff, interesting stuff on.
Okay,
So that was insane. Let's see. Never live next to a graveyard. Top 3 places you can't go, but people who went anyway. Yeah, that's the series that we were going for. Part 3, part 4, 5. Where's part 6? Ah, here's part 6. No? Not there. Places. There it is.
If you want to hear about one of the most ridiculously dangerous jobs in the entire world, stick around for today's top story. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, invite the like button to go on a bike ride with you, and then jab a stick into their front spokes while they're moving. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. Off the coast of mainland Southeast Asia in the Indian and Pacific Oceans lies Indonesia, which is the world's largest archipelago. It's made up of 17,508 individual islands that, if you were measuring from the westernmost point on the westernmost island to the easternmost point on the easternmost island, it would be 5,000 kilometers right across the equator. So it spans 1/8 of the world's circumference. Many of these islands are tiny, uninhabited, and unremarkable. At first glance, you might think that about one particular island that's located 2,500 kilometers north of Australia. And I would tell you the name of this island, but if I did, I would be giving away the island's secret. Living on this island are 2,000 people who are direct descendants of former convicts who were exiled to this island. And they share this island with a particular predator that is endemic to this island, who is a direct descendant of flesh-eating dinosaurs. It can grow up to 10 feet long and weigh up to 350 pounds, and its taste buds are so immaculately developed, it can taste blood in the air up to 9 kilometers away. These creatures are so good at smelling blood and death that anytime there is a burial on this island, they have to put big boulders over the gravesite. Otherwise, these creatures will come running out of the jungle and dig up the freshly deceased and eat them. This creature's bite is savage, and they certainly have the ability to rip a person in two, and in the past they have. But they don't typically bite to kill. They bite to create a massive flesh wound so they can inject venom into the wound site. This allows them to not expend a ton of energy waiting for their prey to die so they can eat it. They basically bite you, poison you, leave, come back within 24 hours, and then they eat you. These creatures are strict carnivores and have a voracious appetite where they will eat up to 80% of their own body weight in a single day. They've been known to bite goats and eat them whole by opening up their mouth and ramming the body of the goat into a tree to force it down their throats. But when goats and sheep and buffalo are not enough to feed their appetite, they start eating each other. In fact, cannibalism is so common that their young will hide in the trees for the first 4 years of their life, hiding from their own parents, because if they're spotted by an adult, they'll be eaten. On top of all this, they can climb, run, and swim faster than a human can. These apex predators are called Komodo dragons, and they live on this one island in Indonesia called Komodo Island. In 2009, a 31-year-old fisherman named Mohammed Anwar, who had grown up on Komodo Island and was living there at the time, decided he wanted some fruit. He normally would just eat the apples that were right outside of his house, but he had always been tantalized by the sugar apple trees that were inside of the fenced-off section of Komodo Island, the so-called forbidden section. This section was, of course, teeming with Komodo dragons, and so as a result, the locals basically fenced it off and said, we don't go over there, they don't come over here. But Mohammed had always wanted those sugar apples. He'd grown up here, and he never got to have one. And so this day, for whatever reason, he decided, today's the day I'm going to get one. And so he goes over to the fence and he's looking out, and there's some fairly tall grass, so he can't see what's on the immediate other side of this fence, but it's pretty open, and he can see the trees. They're a little bit off in the distance. And so after looking around and feeling like the coast was clear, he hopped the fence and he ran out to the sugar apple tree. Mohammed's neighbor, Teresa Tawa, was outside and happened to look over at Mohammed right as he hopped the fence into the forbidden section. And so she ran over to the fence and yelled to him to come back, but he didn't hear her. And so she's standing at the fence looking out, scanning herself to see if there's any Komodo dragons out there, and she didn't see any. And so she turns her attention to Mohammed, and she's watching him, hoping that he just gets the apples and comes back without incident. And as she's watching, she sees he's reaching out and extending his arm just far enough. He wants to get one more apple, and he loses his footing and he falls to the ground. From her perspective, she couldn't see Mohammed on the ground because the tall grass obscured him. So she didn't know if he's laying there unconscious or if he's just rolling around and he's in pain and he's about to stand up. And so she's just looking anxiously, hoping he stands up soon. And then she hears the sound of two Komodo dragons running through the tall grass. She can see the grass moving as these two massive creatures are running and grunting at full speed towards Mohammed. Mohammed, when he fell, he had cut himself, and they smelled his blood, and they charged over, and Teresa could only scream and yell for help as these two Komodo dragons ate Mohammed. The authorities were able to get out there pretty quickly, and they were able to get the Komodo dragons off before they actually consumed him, but he was already dead. Today, you can actually go to Komodo Island as a tourist, but it costs you $1,000 to get a membership fee, and then once you get there, you're only allowed to be in a couple different sections that are totally regulated, and you're really not anywhere near the Komodo dragons because it really is extremely dangerous. On the evening of June 20th, 1965, 4 high school friends set off for a remote desert location about 90 miles northwest of Las Vegas, Nevada, that was within the very famous Death Valley. They arrived at their destination, which, if you didn't know any better, would just look like the middle of nowhere in the desert. But to them, they knew exactly where they were. And so they parked their car, they got out, and they began unloading very heavy underwater diving equipment and began walking it up a nearby hill. The group was made up of 19-year-old Paul Gian Contieri, his brother-in-law, 20-year-old David Rose, 19-year-old Bill Alter, and his younger brother Jack, who was 16 years old. As these 4 boys walked their diving equipment up this hill, they were hit with sign after sign after sign that was telling them, do not go any farther, turn around. They made it to the top of the hill, and they were met with a huge fence, which once again said, do not go any farther. Without any hesitation, they went right under the fence and began walking down the other side, which was a very steep 30-foot rocky slope that led down to this very narrow strip of water that was the entrance to a very famous underwater cave called the Devil's Hole. Their plan was to dive all the way down to the bottom of the cave, which was at 325 feet. So they get down to the bottom of the hill and they begin putting on their scuba gear, and Jack, the youngest, he's like, you know what guys, I'm having second thoughts. I don't want to do this anymore. And they're like, hey, suit yourself. And so Jack volunteers himself to sit on the outside and be their lookout. The other 3, Paul, David, and Bill, they're totally still doing this dive. And so they put on the rest of their equipment, they hop in the very warm water. It stays at about 92 degrees Fahrenheit year-round inside of Devil's Hole. They check their flashlights a couple of times, and when they're ready, they signal to each other, and they begin their descent down into the dark abyss that is the Devil's Hole. So for the next couple of hours, Jack just sat on the surface waiting for his brother and his 2 friends to return. And just after midnight, David and Bill did return, but Paul didn't. And so when David and Bill got to the surface, they asked Jack, hey, have you seen Paul? Because we got separated on the way up, and we figured he was already up here. And Jack said, no, it's just you two. I haven't seen Paul. And so David and Bill look at each other, and they know they have a problem. And they're like, we got to go back down. And so they put the regulators back in and they turn and start swimming down. Bill would say when they went back down to look for Paul, Dave was leading, and Dave was going really fast to the point where Bill couldn't keep up with him. And you got to remember, it's pitch black down there, and Bill's got his flashlight. That's the only way he can see Dave. And Dave was creating separation and getting farther and farther away. Bill had no way to stop him, and at some point he lost him. Dave was just gone. And so Bill, not wanting to turn this into an even bigger problem, stopped where he was and went back to the surface. And he and his brother Jack just sit there anxiously waiting for Dave and Paul to return, but they don't. And so at some point, Jack went and got authorities. When the police got the report about the 2 missing divers inside of Devil's Hole, I'm sure on some level they were like, that's why the signs are there. You're not allowed to dive in there. But they put that aside, and instead they contacted a guy named Jim Hoots, who was a professional diver who regularly dove inside of Devil's Hole, so he's very familiar with it, and they got him on scene within a couple hours to go looking for these guys. And originally, the hope was Paul and David had found their way into a section of Devil's Hole called Brown's Room, which was this big air pocket that perhaps in an emergency situation they had found their way in there, and now they're trapped. So Jim and his dive partner get to the edge of Devil's Hole, they put on their gear, they hop in the water, and they begin their descent. And it's totally dark, they got their lights, and they go down about 90 feet to where the tunnel basically funnels down to a point. And through this point, you have to wriggle through and push through. Once you get through that, you enter into this massive chasm that if you shine your light in any direction, the walls are so far away that initially it looks like you're shining a light into infinity. It's this massive, massive space. But for them to get to Brown's room, the first place they're going to look for these guys, they needed to push through that little funnel and then immediately turn left and track the ceiling until they find a tunnel that goes back up again. And that is the tunnel that's very claustrophobia inducing. It's very tight. That if you take it 90 feet back up, you get to Brown's room, and that's that big air pocket. And so Jim and his dive partner, they make their way up this tunnel, they get to the air pocket, and there's no divers. And so they go back down through the tunnel, back into that huge chasm, and instead of going back to the surface, they knew that if they didn't find them in the air pocket, they were going to go down a little ways and see if they could find them on this one area called the lower ledge. And so the lower ledge was just a rocky outcropping that was about halfway down to the bottom of the cave. It was a natural break point before you went to the bottom. And so as they're descending in this infinity chasm, Jim is shining his flashlight in every direction looking for signs of these guys. And at some point, his light picks up a reflection on the lower ledge. And so they get down to the lower ledge, and that reflection was from a dive mask, the glass of the dive mask. It was sitting right on the lower ledge, and then next to it was a single dive fin. So Jim and his dive partner, they pick these items up, they go back up to the surface, and they confirm with Jack and Bill Alter that yes, that mask and that fin belonged to Dave and Paul. And then afterwards they say to the search party, look, we were in Brown's room and they weren't in there. And so there's nowhere else they could be alive. And by now they've run out of air. And so that mixed with the fact that we're finding their equipment strewn about the chasm, it's safe to say they're more than likely deceased. Jim and his dive partner said, look, we'd like to go back in and go all the way to the bottom. We stopped at the lower ledge, so we don't know what's down there. We anticipate we'll be able to find their bodies and we can at least confirm they're down there and then shift to a body retrieval mission. So Jim and his dive partner get back in the water. They go down the 90 feet to that little section you have to wriggle through to get into the chasm. Once they're inside, they keep going down. They pass the lower ledge and they go all the way down to 325 feet. Now this cave is huge and the floor bottom is huge, but it's not so huge that you wouldn't be able to spot 2 bodies that have just recently landed down here. And so Jim and his partner are scanning their light across the bottom, which is relatively flat. You can see pretty far because of how clear the water is, and they're not seeing anything on the bottom. They're looking all over the place, and there's no bodies, there's no equipment, there's nothing. And they're thinking, how are we missing this? How are we not able to see this? And it was at this point that Jim noticed a little hole in the bottom of the cave floor, barely big enough for a full-size person with tanks to fit through, that he hadn't seen before. And so they make their way over to it, and Jim says right when he was on the edge, he felt a fairly strong current being pulled past his legs down into this hole. It was almost like this was a drain on a bathtub and someone had pulled the plug and now all the water is draining into this little hole. And so Jim and his dive buddy kind of push themselves back to make sure they don't get sucked in. And Jim pulls out a weighted piece of string that goes out to 932 feet. And he would use this if there was ever a tunnel that he wanted to go down and he wanted to size up how deep it was. He would extend the line and he would let it fall until it hit something and then he would stop it. And on the line were marks of how deep it was. And so he let this line go inside of this hole and it went all the way down to 932 feet without touching any surface, meaning it's at least 932 feet deep from that point down. So Jim just pulls his line back up and he looks at his dive partner and he's like, yeah, no, we're not going down there. Not only were they not equipped to go that deep, they also both knew if we go in this hole, there's a good chance we won't be able to get back out again because the current is so strong. So Jim and his dive partner go back to the surface and they say, look, we couldn't find their bodies, But what we think happened is they developed nitrogen narcosis, where you're in this sort of drunken state, you don't really know what's going on around you, and that suction slowly pulled them into this hole, and they weren't really aware of their surroundings, and they didn't stop themselves before they got pulled in, and then it was too late, and they were pulled down into oblivion. To this day, they've never found their bodies, and scientists still don't know how deep that hole is, but in 2012, there was an earthquake in Mexico, so 2,000 miles away from Devil's Hole, that caused a tsunami to come through Devil's Hole. I don't know how that actually works, but the scientists say that's what happened. And so scientists believe that hole leads to an underground ocean that connects to other parts of the world as far away as 2,000 miles. Today, diving is still strictly forbidden inside of Devil's Hole, unless you're a scientist, and they stay far away from that hole at the bottom. Pearly Beach is this beautiful little beach town in South Africa that's very popular amongst tourists. There's lots of snorkeling and whale watching and horseback riding on the beach. But behind this beautiful vacation town, down this bumpy access road going inland, you come to this unmarked settlement called Oluxulwane that is like the opposite of a vacation. Basically, everyone there is completely impoverished. Beyond some seasonal cleaning jobs and the occasional gardening job, there's virtually no work in that area. As a result of this crushing poverty, the men in this town have had to take on one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. It's called abalone poaching. Abalone are a very rare type of shellfish that are illegal to be captured and sold, but there's this booming illicit market for them, their primary customer being the Chinese, who view eating abalone as a status food. Abalone can only be harvested by hand, and one of the very few places you can find them is on Dyer Island, which is 3 kilometers off the coast of Pearly Beach. And so the men of Oluxulwane have become the primary labor force to go collect these shellfish for this illegal trade. On a really good night, these Oluxulwane poachers will come back and make the equivalent of a couple $100 US. And they'll use that money to support their entire family, mom, dad, grandparents, kids, nieces, nephews, everybody, because nobody else can work. This is like the one thing that generates money. So you're probably wondering, what makes this particular job one of the most dangerous in the world? Well, I can tell you it has nothing to do with the actual act of removing abalones. That's pretty straightforward. It's the creature that lurks below you the whole time you're in the water pulling abalones off the reef that at any moment might come up and strike. In the early morning hours of September 3rd, 2017, a group of Oluxulwane poachers met on Pearly Beach to make their way out to Dyer Island. Now, because they are so poor, they do not have the money to afford renting a boat to take them out to Dyer Island, and so they swim out to Dyer Island. It takes them about 3 hours to swim out there, and then they stay there for 3 hours, going down on a breath hold over and over again, pulling abalones off the reef, and then they swim 3 hours back. And so this particular day, the poachers are pulling up their wetsuits, getting ready for this swim, and they're chatting nervously with each other, doing their best not to talk about the one thing they were all terrified of, which is what's swimming out in that water. One of the men on the beach was a 34-year-old named Zalela, who had taken a break from abalone poaching because of how dangerous it was, but he had just found out his wife was pregnant, and so he needed the extra cash, so he was going with them. South Africa is home to the largest population of great white sharks in the world. Specifically, there is a stretch of water between Dyer Island and the shores of Pearly Beach called Shark Alley that is the highest concentration of great white sharks in the world. So every time the Oluxulwane poachers swam out to Dyer Island, they had to swim over Shark Alley, and then once at the reef, removing the abalones, that's where all the sharks would hang out because they would eat the seals that were in the area. So there's sharks all around them there, and then they would swim back over Shark Alley. So all in, they would be spending 9 hours around some of the most ferocious apex predators in the world. So that morning, Zalela and the other poachers make it out past the breakers, and they head out to this stretch of kelp that covered the first third of their trip. Basically, they would stay in this big kelp field because they said the sharks didn't like to come in the kelp. But at some point, they reached the end of the last bit of kelp. And what was next was this open water swim up to Dyer Island. This would be the most dangerous part. And Zalela was the first person that was going to be entering the open water. And the way they did it is, in the open water, they would intentionally space themselves out by a couple of meters in case one of them got attacked. The others would have a chance to swim away and avoid being caught up in the feeding frenzy. So Zalela leaves the kelp field and begins swimming across the open water. And then after a little bit, the next poacher, he begins swimming, and they had this practice where they would constantly be looking around and counting all the people they were with. because these shark attacks, when they happened, a lot of times they would get pulled under the water and you wouldn't hear it at first. And if there was a head missing, you stopped and you stopped everybody else and you made sure no one was being attacked by a shark. And so as this second swimmer is swimming along, he's counting and he's got a full head count. And then he looks and Zaleila's missing. And he yells for the others to stop. And as they're kind of poking their heads up to see what's going on, Zaleila reemerges in the mouth of a great white shark that is violently shaking him side to side. And Zaleila's screaming out, and the other poachers know they can't do anything to help him. And so they turn and they swim as fast as they can. And all they hear behind them is the sudden scream as his face would come out of the water and then go back down again, and the violent thrashing of fins as a feeding frenzy began. And so the others make it back to the kelp field, and one of them had a cell phone wrapped in rubber, and so he pulls that out and he calls one of the poacher boats, because even in an emergency, they don't call the police because they can't jeopardize their livelihood. And so they call a poacher boat that comes over, scoops them up out of the water, and then the remains of Zaleila that came to the surface, they were able to pull those into the boat and bring them back for a funeral. According to police reports, in the last 2 decades, 5 Alluxilwainey poachers have been killed by sharks. But to the Alluxilwainey locals, they say that count is not even close to accurate, because a lot of times when people do get attacked and killed by sharks, they don't report it to the police because they don't talk to the police. And so they think it's probably closer to 2 or 3 dozen people that have been killed by sharks. When interviewed, an Alluxilwainey poacher has said anytime there's a shark attack, whether it's fatal or not, they usually just take a week or 2 off and then go right back in the water. Poverty has given them no other choice. So that's going to do it, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stories. If you found the secret in today's...
Holy fucking shit. Okay, so poverty has literally turned people to, oh, we need to be poachers. Great, great. But you fix the fucking world economy. World leaders. Oh no, that's too much work, blah blah blah. Oh no, that's too much work, blah 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 blah. Because blah 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 blah, and because of this blah blah blah. And I'm like, what? No, just fix the world economy. You have the power to do it. You're just lazy. Oh my god. The fact that there was a tree growing in his lung, that was insane. Yeah, there's not much to do, guys. Okay. Ooh, top 3 scariest internet people trust. Okay, I'm on.
Today's video is a reminder that there are horrible people on the internet that will take advantage of you if you're not careful. And so who better to sponsor today's video than NordVPN? NordVPN masks your internet identity, allowing you to surf the internet anonymously, protecting you from things like cyberstalking, identity theft, and hacking. When I was in the SEAL teams, they made us use a VPN anytime we were traveling, and so I used NordVPN pretty much the whole time I was in the military. And then when I got out again, I just kept using it because I became so accustomed to protecting my identity when I was online. And now is a great time to sign up for NordVPN if you're not already, because we got you a 68% discount. That means it'll be like $3 a month. And if you sign up now for the 2-year plan, they will throw in an additional month for free. And there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's virtually no risk, besides you not using the VPN and getting taken advantage of. So if you want to protect yourself against some of the creeps that I'm going to talk about in today's video, click the link in my description that is nordvpn.com/MrBallin, or use the code MrBallin. That is again nordvpn.com/MrBallin, or use the code MrBallin. Also, I just found out the like button does not use NordVPN, or any VPN for that matter, so please hack their computer and steal their identity. All right, let's get into today's stories.
The hate for the like button is real.
In 2018, a 21-year-old brand new police officer named Derek was dumped by his longtime girlfriend. This breakup caught him by surprise because he had actually just recently moved to Colorado in order to be closer to his girlfriend. So naturally, he was devastated. After a few weeks of being so depressed and kind of just moping around and going through the motions in his life at this point, one of his very close friends suggested to him, like, hey man, look, why don't you just make a profile on Tinder, the online dating service, and just put yourself out there again. You have no idea who's out there. Clearly, your ex-girlfriend was not the one. Derek had met his ex-girlfriend in a bar, and every other girlfriend he had ever had, he had met in person. So online dating was definitely not on his radar. But he was so lonely and sad, he figured, you know what? I got nothing to lose. And so he made himself a Tinder profile. Derek quickly matched with a woman on Tinder named Leah that he said was way out of his league, but he wasn't complaining. They chatted for a couple of weeks and they got on great. And so they wanted to get together and actually meet each other in person. But Leah lived well over an hour away from Derek. So there wasn't a natural meeting place. And they're going back and forth about where they want to go. And finally, Leah just says, hey, why don't you just come to my town? There's this great park that I go running in all the time, and they have this awesome field that's on a slope, and you can lay on it and look up through the trees and you can see the stars. And so that would be a cool thing to do on our first date, go stargazing together. So the date night finally came, and Derek was really excited. He was nervous too, because even though they talked on the phone, this is the first time they're gonna see each other. And so the plan was he was gonna drive out to her town and actually pick her up from her work. She worked at a hair salon, and from there they would make their way over to this park. And so Derek pulls up to the hair salon right as Leah is coming outside, and she's all excited and she's waving to him. She runs over and she gets in the car and they hug and kiss on the cheek. And it's like they knew each other, but they didn't know each other because their entire relationship was online or, you know, via texting or a phone call. And so it's like they had history, but they didn't. But either way, Derek was really happy, and it seemed like Leah was too. From the hair salon, it was a pretty short drive to this access road that was going to bring them into this park. And when Leah told him to make this turn, it didn't look like a very well marked trail or even a marked park. It looked like this kind of random access road that Derek would not have associated with a big public park, but he doesn't know the area, and so he turns and he starts heading down this road, and the road went from cement to dirt pretty quickly, and this whole time he's thinking to himself, like, did I take a wrong turn? Does she know like where she's going? This does not feel like the way you drive into a big park, the way she was describing. Finally, they land back on cement, and they're actually on this road that's right up against this huge field. And so right away, Derek's stress is gone because now it's confirmed in his mind that, okay, that's a weird way to get into this park, but here's this huge, amazing field, and we're back on a real road, and everything's good again. Derek asked Leia, you know, where should I park? Because they're on this really narrow road, and there didn't appear to be a parking lot. There also didn't appear to be anybody else on this field or on this road. It's this huge, open, beautiful space, but it did not look well populated or like it was well traveled. But she said, just go right up there. There's a small lot you can pull into. And so Derek starts going up this road, and he sees maybe 300 feet ahead of him are dim headlights of another car making their way down the road towards him. And now it was dark enough that he couldn't really make out what kind of vehicle it was. And so he didn't know if it was going to be some big truck or something like that. And so what he did is he just pulled over as far to the side of the road as he could to allow this vehicle to pass, even though there was a fair amount of distance they would need to cover before they were passing him. He figured just give them the right of the road. And so as they start moving forward, he can see that it's actually this big van, and they're moving pretty slowly, and he's just kind of waiting for them to pass, and he's not thinking anything of this. He's thinking that this is just another person at the park. And this van, instead of passing him, actually turns at the last second and almost goes bumper to bumper with Derek's car. He doesn't crash into it, but he stops just in front of Derek's car. And so Derek is a cop. He's a brand new cop, and he's super aggressive. You know, he really believes in his training. And so as soon as this guy stopped in front of him and blocked the path for him, red flags are going up for Derek, and he knows something's wrong with this van. And instinctively, he says, Leah, stay here. He grabs his flashlight that he kept right in the center console, and he jumped out of the car and went right to the driver's side door of this van to confront this guy. And when he got up to the driver's side door, it was this really big guy who looked pretty startled to see Derek come charging up to him with his flashlight. And Derek's like, what are you doing, man? What are you blocking me in for? And the guy's like, oh, hey, sorry, I'm the caretaker here of this whole property, and we've had an issue with poachers in the area, and I was concerned you guys were poachers. It doesn't look like you're poachers, though. And Derek's like, no, we're not poachers. We're going stargazing. I'm on my first date here. And the caretaker's like, I am so sorry. Please get back in your car, go and enjoy your night. And at that, he backed up, did a 3-point turn, and drove right back up that road where he came from and disappeared down on the other side of the hill. Derek stood in front of his car for a couple of minutes, making sure this guy was gone. And then he turned around and he got back in the car and he kind of joked with Leah. And he's like, yeah, he thought we were poachers. I guess you look like a poacher to him, and that's why he stopped us. But when he looked over at Leah to react to his hilarious joke, she wasn't paying attention to him. She was just furiously typing away on her phone, which Derek did think was a little bit odd. You'd think that she'd be more interested in this strange thing that just happened. Some weird guy just blocked us in and I'm confronting him. You'd think she'd be interested in that on some level. She might want to know what I said to the guy and what he said to me, but she didn't seem to care. She was just really invested in whoever she was typing on her phone. And so Derek thinks, whatever, and just throws the car back in drive and continues up the trail the way they were going before they were stopped. So Derek continues down the road just a little ways until he sees a little dirt lot that's butted up against this huge field they're going to be hanging out on for the night. And so he pulls into the lot, backs into a space, and he and Leah get out and they put a blanket out right next to the car, but on the grass on the hill. And they get their food out and their wine out and they sit down, and very quickly they start swapping stories and they're laughing and they're stargazing and they're having some wine and everything's really great. After about an hour, it's totally dark outside and Derek is laying on the hill facing back towards his car and towards the road they were on. And he notices to his left, up at the top of the hill, so the same area where the van had come from originally and where it went back to after they spoke that one time, Derek is looking out there and he sees headlights and it's the van. And now the van is driving down the road, not leisurely like it was before, but they are flying down the hill. And before Derek or Leah have a chance to react to this van barreling down on them, it comes flying into the parking lot and practically hits his car and comes to a stop where it's boxed his car in. So even if he got in his car, he couldn't drive away. And so Derek jumps up, Leah jumps up, and the guy, the caretaker, the nice caretaker he talked to before, he hops out of the driver's seat and he walks around the front of the van. He's got this pipe in his hand and he looks at Derek and he's like, give me your keys and your wallet. And again, Derek is this brand new cop. You know, he's 21 years old. He's not about to let this guy push him around. And so he doesn't do anything at first. He doesn't know what he's going to do, but he doesn't do anything at first. He just looks at this guy and he shows him that I'm not just going to fall over because he told me to. But then Derek is given a huge curveball when Leah, his date, stands up and runs over to this guy and stands next to him and turns around and looks at Derek and goes, come on, give us your keys and wallet. And Derek's like, great, I'm getting set up by my date, who I've spent the past 2 hours with, who I had a connection with this girl. And so now Derek is just standing there doing nothing, not to be tough, but because he's in shock. He feels so betrayed by Leah, and he just feels like, how could this have happened? And in that moment, Leah walks to the back of the van, and she gets a metal pipe. She comes back around, and she goes, Derek, give us your keys and your wallet. We don't want to have to hurt you. And this is when Derek looks at them both, and he goes, no. And as soon as he said that, the big guy tackles him. He gets thrown to the ground, but Derek could handle himself, and very quickly he was able to get up, and he drew his concealed carry pistol, and he's aiming it at the big guy and then back at Leah, and he's like, yeah, I'm a cop. Go ahead and put your hands up now. As soon as they saw the gun, they both dropped their pipes and put their hands up. And so as he's holding them both at gunpoint, and he's looking over at Leah like, really? You did this to me? Are you kidding me right now? As he's doing that, he has to get his cell phone out of his pocket, type in 911, and then called dispatch and had to say who he was, what his badge number was, what happened, and where he is. And where he is was difficult to describe. And so as he's trying to explain these directions, and he's saying, yep, go left at the light, and then there's a gas station there, you're gonna go up this field, you're gonna see me, I got these two people at gunpoint. As he's doing that, Leah and the caretaker look at each other, and they just turn around and bolt. They figure he's distracted, we can at least get behind the van and run into the forest before he's going to catch us. And so instinctively, he takes off running after them, and he chases them for about 30 seconds into the tree line before he starts hearing gunshots. And they weren't his, someone's shooting at him, and he sees the muzzle flash out in the middle of the forest, and he's like, yeah, I'm not doing this. He turns around, runs back to his vehicle, he starts it up, and he has to basically smash into the van, back into the fence over and over again like Austin Powers, like a 25-point turn before he was barely able to grind his way out and peel out of this park. And so Derek pulls into the nearest gas station, he calls up dispatch and he says, hey, I just called 911 like 5-10 minutes ago and I dropped the call because I was chasing somebody. Here's my name, here's my badge number. I'm now at this gas station. Can you send a couple of police officers over to my location now? And they said, yep, we'll send some to you. And so a police cruiser shows up with 2 officers inside that Derek recognized. They were senior to him, and they got out and he explained again what happened, and they kind of gave him a hard time for getting catfished on his very first date. But At the same time, they knew it could have gone really badly. And so they decide they're going to load up in the police cruiser together, all three of them, and drive back up to the park. And so they get up to the park, and Derek points ahead and he goes, "That's the van. It's still here." And so they drive up and they stop short of the van. And the two uniformed officers, they turn to Derek and they're like, "Just stay in here. We're going to go check this van out." And so Derek's sitting in the car watching these guys go up to the vehicle, you know, guns drawn. They're looking all around. They're clearing behind the vehicle. They're looking in the wood line. There's nobody there. And at some point he sees them put their pistols away and they go in the van. They're kind of shining with their flashlights all around. They're looking in the back, looking in the front. And then after a few minutes, they walk back to the cruiser. And as soon as they got in, Derek could tell there was just something off about how they were acting. When they were down at the gas station, they were kind of joking around with him. Now, whatever they had seen in the van was definitely not something they were going to joke about. And they turned to him and they're like, the back of the van, it was just knives and saws and pistols and rifles and lighter fluid and chains and handcuffs and duct tape. It was just awful, and it looks like there might even be blood on the ground. The two officers immediately called in additional backup, and before long, it was a full-fledged circus around this van of a crime scene investigation unit and other police officers, spotlights set up, and they went out looking in the woods for these people, but they never found the guy, they never found the girl, and Derek would tell the other investigators, "Hey, she works at this hair salon, like right down the road. I picked her up there." And so they went over to the hair salon and they wound up talking to the people there and they said, "We've never heard of Leah." And when they showed them a picture of Leah, they were like, "We've never seen her before." And so they came back and they told Derek, "Look, she's a con artist. And this whole thing, your whole relationship with her has been her setting you up in some way, shape, or form. The entire thing. That's all it ever was." And so for Derek, that was crushing. And he swore off Tinder immediately. He did not want to do any more online dating. But what really haunts him more than just being taken advantage of is, what would have happened if I wasn't concealed carrying? Would I have wound up in the back of that van? In the summer of 2019, a grandmother named Barbara was looking after her grandkids for the weekend while her daughter and her husband were out of town. Her daughter had 3 kids, 2 that were under the age of 6 and 1 who was 15 years old, and her name was Alyssa. And so anytime Barbara was looking after her grandkids for longer than just a single day, like if she was taking care of them overnight, she would just stay at their house so as not to disrupt their lives more than she needed to. And so their house was a modest single-story home in a nice suburb of Dallas, Texas, where the crime rate is basically 0 and everybody in the neighborhood knows each other. And so this particular night that she's over there looking after them was like any other. She put the 2 young ones to bed first, and then she and Alyssa stayed up a little bit later in the kitchen chatting, talking about school, before ultimately both of them went to bed. So because their house is a single-story home, all the bedrooms are on the only floor of the house. And so Barbara and Alyssa's room were right next to each other, looking out to the side of the property. And so as soon as Barbara got in her room, she opened up the window that was right next to her bed, because as a kid, she always slept with the window open. And even though her daughter's house had air conditioning, she preferred to keep the window open. So window's open, she has a screen that's in her window, and Barbara crawls into bed and she falls asleep. At about 3 a.m., Barbara wakes up to the sound of rustling coming from outside of her window. And so she hears it, but it sounds an awful lot like it's probably just a dog or a cat or some other animal that's in the area. It did not seem like a big deal to her, and she was just going to forget about it. But then she heard it again, and it sounded much more like footsteps, and they sounded heavy enough that it probably couldn't be a dog or a cat. And so she rolled over onto her elbows and she pulled the curtain aside just enough to look out the screen door. And so the moon was out, so there was pretty good illumination, and so she could clearly...
Okay. Well... Might as well try it again. I'm just gonna wait for that to be done. I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, Alex. Thank you for the entrance pass, but you're still a dummy. The photo was... No, sorry. The camera for my model, that I used for my model, was pretty warm, so I had to turn it off. So that's why I do not have the model on right now. Because I have to have a freaking holder for that, which I do not have. I do not have a phone holder. There are things that I would need for this, you know. There isn't just, oh, magically do it. No, I need an actual thing to hold my phone to use that as a camera. And looks like purple is winning for the hair color, by the way. Also, a phone will overheat faster than camera. No, I don't have that stuff laying around. Yes, you do. Of course you do. I don't. But sadly, I think I'm gonna have to end stream. We've been on for like 5, almost 6 hours, and I ate while on stream, so pretty much. So we're just gonna go ahead and raid out. It's been a pretty slow day. I have a bunch of extra stuff laying around. Yeah, am I giving some of that? Some of that stuff that I can use. So let's go ahead and copy the raid message and let's see who we can raid. I'm thinking. Sure, 1 knock, please. It's because I owe you that 1 knock, isn't it? Alright, we're just gonna raid Rev Red like last time. He's currently playing Elden Ring. Let's go ahead and show him all the love and appreciation that he deserves. Thank you so much for joining me here today. 1K. No, no, no. We're not doing that. No, thank you, Alex. Keep your stuff. Alright, beautiful creatures. Please do take care of yourself, meaning eat, hydrate, and rest. Of course, if you have the opportunity and if you have the energy and the opportunity, please do take care of each other. English did not kick my ass right there. And also, please do remember,
most importantly, you are beautiful creatures. Now, I'll send you off to cause mayhem, destruction, and chaos in Rever's chat because I need to go rest. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow for Bloody Frickin' Friday.